Yeah, let's open up a Pandora's box. Shall we? Pandora's box. Women. Women are valuable. Wow, what kind of a can is that? It's got a bulge in it. I don't know if I should drink that. No dents, and it's got a bulge. Let's check that can out. Should we drink out of this? Now, I was always taught when you had canned foods that if there's a big old bulge in it, you don't eat it. It's called botulism. Look at that. I mean, it is swelled up, baby. Does it mean there's just too much carbonation? Or is this a danger? I think I'm going to get another can. I'll be right back, viewers. We don't want to drink something that will end up killing you. I guess that's why it's called bubbly burst, because it's about to bubbly burst. Wow, okay, so here we are. Hi, Chloe. How is Chloe today? We all coming in to hear what a fallen human being has to talk about. I have to squint. Hey, bald kitty. How are you? Anybody want a banana? Yes, I like to snack on my lives. It's a bad habit. Hack rat, how are you? You got a new tattoo. Is it a butterfly? I like butterfly tats. Bald kitty. I wonder what that's in reference to. Hack rat, you laughing too. Woke women and the cost of them. Let's talk about it. The CEO, Cracker Barrel, according to a short I watched just a bit ago, cost Cracker Barrel $800 million. Can you guys even conceive of that? Does it ever bother you guys? Got you, bald kitty. We just having fun. Does it ever shock you how much money just gets blown around? $800 million. Man, I could live the rest of my life and about 60 other lives on that. Hello, Gerald. Trust me, if I had $800 million after taxes, I'm guilty. The only problems I would have at that point is my own stupidity, or if God sent something to trouble me. $800 million, I would literally fly out of here so fast, people's heads would spin. They would feel the jet wake over my former place. They would feel this breeze and go, what the heck? That was Mr. Nelson leaving. I think it'd be awesome if the town heard this afterburner. It was so deafening. What was that? No, that's that guy leaving. Chloe, I'm okay. I'm okay. See, I would never expect you to do it, and I don't gamble. But I confess I'd have a dang hard time saying no to that. And I've never asked you guys for money. I got a PayPal, but Can't put it out there with the troll. You give him my phone number or you give him the email to it, he'll screw it up. Can't do that. All these little children in the chat. It just gotta be a problem. Yeah, $1 million. I believe that Michael could make it through the rest of his life on that. You have to live simply. You have to avoid the temptation of buying show-off things. That's the problem that most people down here on our level make. They win the money. They're going to go buy the Hummer, the Escalator, and spend on depreciating assets that once you roll it out of the showroom, it ain't worth what you paid. Guy in Tennessee messaged me yesterday on the Deuce. I have a D1SC 2001 GT Mustang Pro Charger. I said, are you looking to trade? I didn't see any pictures, but I went to his Facebook. He had a few Mustangs and he had a few Deuces, and he likes Deuces. Says he's 16, would drive down here and swap out. And I asked Mom about the GT and the Pro Charger. He said, oh my gosh, he said, that's a V8 and that's got a ton of horse. Now, I'm not a car guy. I'm like, what am I going to do with a Mustang? I use a truck. I mean, I think, well, it'd be kind of fun to be in a zippy car. I don't speed. But then I thought, yeah, then you're going to have somebody try to steal it. Because around here, they like them little hot rockets. Those are in demand down here. The Powerball, man. Amazes me how much the government takes out of stuff. When they had that $1 billion Powerball, I believe they take more than half. Karina Kopp, are you real or are you a troll? I'm noticing YouTube. I had a Sarah come on, commenting on my videos. You want to give me your email so we can chat privately? I'm like, don't do it, guys. They got videos. It's a scam. Now they're on YouTube using YouTube channels to scam you so you can pay to see their tots. No. Ladies, can I tell you something? I love women, but I'm not paying to see your tots. I think it's unfair. I think women should pay men as much as we should pay them. Hello, Daniel. Don't tell me we got Karina and Tolerant are bots. Good morning, Holly. How's Holly? Welcome. I know Holly's not a bot. Watching me play. Tolerance is out of here too. I don't believe those are valid. So, a woke CEO running Cracker Barrel does not know how to read the room. She lied. She said, the feedback I've gotten has been totally positive. Who are you getting feedback from? I'm going to say something. Ladies, I'm not attacking you. Please do not take this. I'm talking about my experiences, talking about what I've seen in female society. I'm not saying this is reflective of you. Please do not take this personally. I grew up with a mother, and let me just stop. When I got saved, I heard a pastor talk about lying. And he said, let me make it clear, people. White lies, fibbing, it's a lie. He said we try to tone it down and call it different things, but a lie's a lie. We call it an exaggeration. My mother that adopted me was the extreme queen of exaggerating. I'm going to give you a case in point example. My cousin, my mother, my sister, and I and my aunt decided to go inner tubing down the Owens River. Drive 10 miles out of town, turn off on a road off 395 and go all the way down. And there's a place you can park and get into the river. And it's a river in a valley, so it's a powerful river, but it just slowly meanders in S curves. It's a nice float, no rapids, lots of fish, catfish, carp, trout. I've seen the start of the Owens River, and it's beautiful. Starts right in the mountains of Mammoth. And by the time it just gets a little ways out of town, it's a good-sized river, not like the Mississippi now. And by the time it gets so many miles down the way, they've got it all aqueducted to feed into Los Angeles. It's disgusting how much water LA steals. It is cooler, believe it or not. Holly, I'm glad you're good. Hot in Texas. Shoot. If America was a house, Texas would be the stove. And Minnesota, Wisconsin would be the fridge or the icebox. Got into the tubes and start the lazy drift. You try to stay somewhat close. We went around a bend in the river. Now the grassy banks would come down. And sometimes the banks, there'd be places where the banks are like 3-4 feet up with the overhanging grass and, where the river starts cutting into it. And my cousin, we all went around a bend, but my cousin and I were just off from the group. We went around that bend, we got caught in a dang eddy. One of those swirling currents. It just does this. It's like a toilet, but it don't go down. And first we thought it was funny, and then we got irritated. I said, oh my gosh. And my cousin's like, how are we going to get out of this? I said, hold it. I reached up and grabbed the overhanging grass. I said, grab my tube, man. He grabbed it, and I kind of pulled us when we get to a lower part of the bank. I said, come on, let's go. Grabbed our tube, got up, walked out, and we ran. We followed the curves and ran down to catch up with my aunt, his mom, or my aunt, my mother, my sister. We literally made a straight line as straight as we could, barring turns in the river. We throw our tubes in just ahead of them, jump in. And my mother says, what are you guys doing? I said, we got caught in an eddy and we couldn't get out of it. And we got up out of the bank and ran. My mother says, you guys are running around all over the meadow. And, why can't you just... I said, Mom, we got caught in an eddy. And my mother used to irritate the H-E-double hockey sticks out of me. Wouldn't believe me. Always lie. And my cousin and I, to this day, whenever we have a conversation, he'll say, Michael, you must be running around all over the meadow again, and we laugh. My cousin used to say this, Michael, I told you 1,000,000 times not to exaggerate. He would always make sport by saying that of my mother. She would exaggerate, fabricate, extend it out, and women have a tendency to do that. You can have 10 people at a car crash site, 10 people saw it. And it is amazing. They'll be at different angles. Okay, so that's fair. But sometimes women will add things in there that did not happen. Woke CEO says the feedback we got was positive. From who? From the LGBT community? I mean, Cracker Barrel to me is the way I viewed it the first time I went, is kind of a crowded, stuffy restaurant. It isn't airy, but it has a down-home feel. You go in through the gift store. When I was in Mobile, Alabama, you go through into the restaurant area. There's a roaring hearth, stone fireplace. You got stuff on the wall, from the olden days. And it's cool. Why would you rebrand something and lose $800 million? Must be nice to flush that amount of money away. You know what, baller? You are a mess. Telling me to stop talking. Must be a child. Hey, Saturday morning. I don't think the cartoons are on yet, bud. Go back to bed. You too, Chloe. Are you leaving me? Oh, you're going to help your mom. You be careful out there. Stay cool. Hey, yes. How are you? Ren and Stimpy? Okay. Wait a minute. I thought Ren and Stimpy were on Nick. I didn't know that was on MTV. They don't even do music videos anymore, do they? I remember the 80s when MTV came out. My friends came over to my house because we had cable. Thank you, Depressed. I appreciate that. And I hope my videos will help you get over the depression, because we all go through that. Some is worse than others. Life is not easy. I don't care what anybody says. Sometimes you get up in the morning and you look at yourself in the mirror and go, do I really want to do this today? No. Well, yes, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Aeon Flux would come on Liquid Television. I never heard of that. Holly, it's been a long time since I've actually been a connoisseur of TV. I ripped all the cable out of my house. When I bought this house, there was 30 feet of spooled up cable in every room. I'm like, who needs that much cable in a 10 by 10 room? I cut it, pulled it out of the walls, pulled it off the outside of the house. I mean, there's enough wire in here to wire the Titanic. Ridiculous. I'm surprised they didn't have cable in the bathroom. 8,500 cash only. People want to trade me a GT Mustang. One guy's going to trade me a nice truck, but they want to charge him $1,500 to tow it back west of Atlanta. So he's still trying to come up with something, but I said I can't put it on hold. First come, first serve. Good running condition. Clutch is good. Tires are good, but they are weather checked. Two have a nail. One's got inflation. One is inside dual. You can get the proper size tires for that truck. For used with 75% tread for $175. For new, $305. I chose not to do it. I was going to get all new tires on it. But then when I lost my job, I said, nope. I like the truck. But, I'm in Augusta, Georgia. I'm in Augusta, Georgia. It is licensed and titled, but the license plate goes to me because I paid for it. It is street legal. It's got LED headlights. I would not recommend somebody drive it long distance because I don't know how it would do. I've just been running around town once or twice a week and that's it. That truck is a good 45, 50 mile an hour truck. It'll go out about 59. But you start doing that and you start running sustained long distance at higher speed. That truck does not have any leaks right now. It will need a, what do they call it? There's a little seal on the right front wheel. It's leaking a little grease. That'll need a boot. It needs to be replaced. It is no power steering. Yeah, Derek, that's a long way to drive that thing. And I believe in the truck, but that's a long way to drive. And I don't want to have somebody buy it and break down in between here and there. And wow. It's a boot. The mechanic that did the oil change, I did oil, 3 diesel filters, 2 oil filters. I had 2 of the 3 fan belts replaced because they were bleached white. I thought, I don't need a fan belt breaking on me. I was going to have him check brakes. Brakes are fine, but I wanted him to visually see. We didn't do that. Now, if I'd have done all new tires, that would have been over $3,000 for the tires. Plus, their labor rate is ridiculous. $120 an hour, which is normal for a bigger truck. And right now, I'm not doing all that. I don't have financial problems, Chad. And the truck is fun. I had somebody message me, does that have a dump box on it? I said no. Somebody wanted to trade me a GT Mustang for it, but I'm not a car guy, and what am I going to do with a Mustang? It's got a Pro Charger and everything. I don't need a rocket. And I had it, or will trade for reasonable condition 8-foot box pickup. I said, no, you're going to inherit somebody's broken crap. Just do cash, and I can buy something later. Nope, Derek, I'm not going to lie to people because my name is associated with that. No, I got a friend. He's got a Gran Torino up in New Hampshire. I don't remember the year. You don't see a lot of those Torinos. My friend in New Hampshire, by the way, today in Manchester, they're having 1,000 car show. He said, I don't know if I'm going. And he always goes. I said, 1,000? I said, you're not going to go? He goes, Mike, there's too many people. He said, it's just crazy. It's got to be the biggest car show in the country. Good morning, why not? Yeah, I priced to sell. Yeah, I'm not going to buffalo people. I'm so tired of that. Derek, if you look at one of my shorts, I didn't video me doing it. I should have. I should have attached it to the windshield. I pulled that giant oak stump out. When I tried to pull it from the back of the truck drifted. 14,000 pounds. I'm like, man, is there still a root holding that? Because the oak tree fell during Helene last year. And I've been going, man, I got to get that damn thing out of there. And I chained it up around a big old knuckle out on the side of the tree, chained it to the tow hook on the front bumper, put it in reverse, hit the diff lock on the front, dropped it in low gear, and I just slowly got the chain taut, and it just literally pulled it out like slick as a moose. I was in the truck going, oh yeah, come to Papa, baby, and that big old thing come up out of the ground. I'm like, yeah. People driving down the street going, look at this clown with the long hair. And I said, yeah, I don't want to play with stump grinders. How much do you want to charge to grind a stump? $300-$400. Yep. Hey, Chance. Hello, you sick? How are you? It is a beast. And it's a looker. My realtor came over and he goes, good grief, what are you doing with this thing? I said, get in. He goes, how much? I told him, he goes, man, I don't have room for it, but it'd be fun just to have this. I said, come on, realtor, buy it and put your real estate agency on the side. That'd really get the attention of people. You could have your logo, we move real estate. What you got going on right now, Derek, is a lot of people, there's a downturn in spending. I see it at the flea market. I'll go today, and the vendors are telling me, Mike, I didn't even make my rental space for the day. One woman sells the plastic, the boats that you put your fast food in and the containers. It's good for caterers, and she sells at knockout prices. And the little styrofoam bowls, the plastic, disposable stuff. And last weekend, she wasn't there last weekend because it rained and a lot of vendors didn't show up, even though they're underneath the roof. And I got to know the community. Some of those guys, that's how they survive. Selling, they'll go to Columbia, South Carolina, which is a bigger flea market. Hey, Roblin, how are you? Well, Robin, excuse me. I saw one for sale up in Greenwood, South Carolina. Had Sasquatch on the door and the whole thing was painted white. I saw one for 20, was it 25 or 20,000? All right, little girl, you're getting on my nerves. Quit jumping around over here. Look. That's why I'm glad I don't have children. The West Virginia is painted a beautiful red and black. LED lights up above the cab. Had the hard top. Mine's got the soft top. I don't like that. They want $2,000 for a new metal top. Or they'll sell me one in the yard that's in rough shape for $900. The place that I took that truck to is through the roof just to get parts. It's crazy. I could put a rebuilt engine, a rebuilt Whiting diesel, crated. The motor's 11,000, and then we're looking at 40 hours to swap at 120 an hour. That's too much. I mean, if I was using that truck, I know for a fact when Helene came, you could get diesel. The gas stations were running on generators and everybody's lined up for gas, but the diesel, man, you could fly up in there, get your diesel and go. I'm pretty sure I could have made a handsome price if I'd had that truck pulling stuff out of the road and using that thing to move stuff. There were trees everywhere. The one I saw in West Virginia has a snowplow on the front. I thought, oh. Now that'd be fun if I bought a cheap house and I had a dirt road that went in a ways. Just drop that blade and push. Nope, nobody's going to work today but me. The chat froze. A deuce and a half is fun. But a lot of people don't want to spend right now. The realtor told me there's a slight downturn in the real estate market. But he said, you're in a good spot because your price margin for your house, that is going to sell more than the upper end homes. Wow. So where are you in New York, Derek? Hello, God people. We are fine today, sir. Just talking a little bit about everything. Back to woke women, they cost a lot of money. And I talked about the termination letter. I read the termination letter for my last employer. Never had anything like that in my life. And I got support for male and female, school teacher in the system. Nobody agrees with that. People know who I am. And we live in a day and age where you can be falsely accused. And I want to say something. Trout River. How far is that from Lake Placid? Or Cooper, is it Cooper's Lake? Or Cooper's Town? Or what is it? Beautiful little places up there. I've never been up there, but I've seen some pictures. You know, we think of New York, we think of New York City. I don't have any with me, but I have an adult son out west. Women getting into HR, women becoming bosses and managers and CEOs. And because of the political climate in our country, women have been systematically working against us men. Do I like talking with men in saunas? I have. Why would you ask that? Is that Andrew Drescher? Do you got to come back and play your little sick game, Andrew Drescher? Is that you again? I long for the day when God brings his mighty hand against your foolishness, because it's long overdue. Out of desperation, I bought a high mile 2005 Grand Prix supercharged without having it checked by a mechanic. Anyone know an honest mechanic in Missouri? Wow. Let's just stop right there, Robin. Anyone know an honest mechanic, period. I tell you what, I don't like what shops do. They gouge the hell out of people. Then they'll say that the book says a job could take up to 4 hours. So they charge you the 4 hours. Even though everything went smooth, it took you an hour. They just automatically bill you the whole 4. And that is corrupt. And Derek Curley, you know what I'm talking about. These mechanics, these shop owners, they're freaking gouging people. And I'm sick of it. And if the government wants to meddle in everything, they ought to talk about that. You sell these cars, which are junk today, and you got to go to a shop because the average backyard mechanic can't do it. I can't do all that stuff. I'm not going to open up the top of my diesel engine and redo things. I'm going to take somebody who knows what they're doing. But every time you take, I took my truck in, and to recharge the AC and fix one leak in the system, and to get, watch this, 99 F-150. So I had a 95. The little circuit or the fuse box panel was on my left, right under the dash. You pulled the little cover and you could find your turn signal flasher and all that. Oh, no, not this one. It's up underneath. Can't get to it. Got to pull the dash apart to get to the relay. And for just that to done, recharge AC, plug up the leak, replace flasher, $539. I said, that's stupid. That is just dumb. The HR, managerial staff, CEOs, yes. Well, if he's good, we can accept it. I think most shops are somewhere around $80 an hour, cars and pickups, SUVs. But I'll tell you what, those shops are making their money. Guaranteed. And Joe, let's come back to that. I'm not a misogynistic male. Yesterday I came out of the library, older black woman coming with a cane. I was inside, there were 2 sets of doors. I pulled it open. And I didn't recognize her. She turned and she goes, "When are you going to be back on my kid's bus?" You know, I've seen so many people that I don't always remember who's who. And I said, I'm like, I just lost my job. I'm not. I said, "Well, how are you doing, ma'am?" And she goes, "I'm all right, but you need to be on my children's bus." And I didn't expect that. That shocked me. Archie Bunker, absolutely for POTUS. I want to give you, oh gosh, Giovanni, are you going to start in again? Are you going to get on that hamster wheel of trollsters? Do you need to be timed out again? Behave, Gio, behave. We're not doing no misogynistic haircut on Michael. No, and I know that, Joe. Just like if I talk about racial issues and I just happen to not agree with the people yelling racism, I'm branded a racist. Same thing with women. When you talk about women and you tell the truth, you're misogynistic, chauvinistic. This is the Democrat Party, folks. Rebranding words. They don't mean what they did in the 70s and 60s. They do not. We never heard the term in the 60s, 70s, toxic environment, toxic workplace. We never heard that. When you saw toxic, it was on a dang placard with chemicals. Now, a lot of things are toxic. And women talk about toxic masculinity. Stop the bus, ladies. There's also toxic feminism. And it's a cancer. It's sick. And women take pride in grinding to powder guys in the workplace. The last workplace I worked, female supervisors, female bosses, does not work. I had a good supervisor at Denver Schools. I was happy with her. But by and large, they don't work. They're too much emotional bullcrap. You walk in, some of them look like they're ready to punch you in the face at the start of your shift. That's the thing I dread. If I work at a place and you got some 23-year-old biatch who's in charge of me, oh, this is not going to go well. I'm a free spirit, man, and I don't like the modern workplace. I'm a good worker. You show me what to do and it's reasonable, I'll get it done. All these games that people play. And there's a concerted effort, women in power, to F with us. You can come in and do your job and they will screw with you, mess with you, try to force an altercation. Well, thank you for that, Derek. 1966, ma'am. Man hollow, do you swallow? Okay, we're not doing oral sex in this room today, gentlemen. We're talking about cerebral issues. Kuntmala. I like that. Now, Nathan, the problem is women have more rights in the workplace than men. The engine is a Whiting multi-fuel diesel. The truck is an AM General. Yeah, the 99 F-150 is a girl truck. Absolutely. I had the 95, the more boxy traditional truck style. I don't need a truck to be aerodynamic. I hate what they've done to semi-trucks. I have great respect for an old-fashioned Pete in Kenworth. Big old square nose. Yeah, that's a truck. I've driven those. These dang Pro Stars and the freight shakers and the Cascadias with the sloped. Man, they just don't look like a truck anymore. Lincoln, I'm always up early, and hello, how are you? Kamala Harris is bad. I would not put her in charge of a lemonade stand. Do you notice they always put women in HR? Always. And talk about acting. HR claims to have the corner on defining the word professional. Farthest thing from the truth. It's a cliquey elitist club that if they don't like you, they will find a way to fire you. Bottom line. I read a termination letter based on a 3-minute video. I actually secured the video back. I got it from somebody in the admin office. I said, could you please send me that video since it is mine? And I was asked to take it down, and he did. I said, thank you so much. He took his phone, recorded it, and sent it to me off another device. And it was not uploaded to TikTok. The HR lady, I caught that HR lady in lie after lie after lie. I mean, I get written up for unprofessional behavior, but HR is not telling the truth. And I read that thing yesterday that the video went viral. And I sent a copy of that letter to several people that are in my inner circle. And they said, and then when I got the video secured, I sent it to them. And if you have an Android, they couldn't receive it. If they had an iPhone, it received it. They said, I listened to this video again, and it did not warrant that crap by the superintendent. Not one word was mentioned about my work ethic. That the 6 years of my devotion to raising the bar didn't matter. And this is what I do not like about female society. Women get off on grinding men to powder. You go back to ancient civilizations in Rome, but you did not have women at the helm at all. The first time you hear of a nasty problem woman was Jezebel in the Bible, and she was an idiot. She was evil. And pay attention to something. The book of Esther. Those of you that know the Bible. Esther, King Ahasuerus or whatever, or Xerxes. Now, the king was filling his flesh one night, wanted his wife to parade out there. Kings have a little liquor, and I know something about men. I don't know why this exists, but sometimes men like the idea of their wife being a temptress and showing off because he has her and he wants to, show her off to everybody. And she said, no, we're not doing this. Xerxes was not happy about it. Chinese whispers. I got to catch up on Pandora. Well, shoot. Pandora's box. Yeah, that's where we get that from. So Xerxes went to his advisors and listened to what they said. Let me get it so I can read it in its entirety. Don't miss this, guys. People say the Bible's fairy tales. It is not. This is a real thing that happened. So watch this. This is fascinating stuff. Fascinating stuff. Don't kick your belly burst over, Michael, or you'll have a mess. All right. So what do we got here? The book of Esther, which is, I think it's before. I read the Bible, and it's amazing how it speaks. It told me to get a job. See that? That'd be Job. So Esther is an interesting book. The word God is not mentioned anywhere in it, and yet you clearly see the hand of God. When he displayed the riches of his royal glory and the splendor of his great majesty for many days, 180 days, that he was having a festival. That's crazy. And when these days were completed, the king gave a banquet lasting 7 days for all the people who were present in Susa, the capital, from the greatest to the least, in the court of the garden of the king's palace. There were hangings of fine white and violet linen held by cords of fine purple linen on silver rings and marble columns, and couches of gold and silver on a mosaic pavement of porphyr marble, mother of pearl, and precious stones. Do you know how much money that is? We don't even know that stuff. Let's talk about the desecration over time of products. Go to Lowe's, pay too much money for split, bent, bowed, jacked up wood. Listen to the description of this. Marble, mother of pearl. Do you know how much money there was in that stuff? And we throw a bunch of sticks together and say, wow, look at this. Drinks were served in golden vessels of various kinds, and the royal wine was plentiful according to the king's bounty. And the drinking was done according to the law. There was no compulsion, for so the king had given orders to each official of his household that he should do according to the desires of each person. Queen Vashti also gave a banquet for the women in the palace, which belonged to King Xerxes. On the 7th day, when the heart of the king was merry with wine, drunk, he commanded Mehuman, Biztha, Harbona, Bigtha, Abagtha, Zethar, and Carcass, what names, man, and 7 eunuchs who served in the presence of King Ahasuerus, otherwise Xerxes, to bring Queen Vashti before the king with her royal crown in order to display her beauty to the people and the princes, for she was beautiful. Now, she didn't just walk out. He wanted to display her sexiness. He wanted her to come out and be seductive. She wasn't going to have that. But Queen Vashti refused to come at the king's command delivered by the eunuchs. Then the king became very angry, and his wrath burned within him. And then the king said to the wise men who understood the times, for it was the custom of the king, so to speak, before all who knew law and justice and were close to him, and it mentions all their names again, had access to the king's presence and sat in the first place in the kingdom. According to law, what is to be done with Queen Vashti because she did not obey the command of King Xerxes delivered by the eunuchs? And in the presence of the king and the princess, Memucan said, Queen Vashti has wronged not only the king, but also all the princes and all the peoples who are in all the provinces of King Xerxes. Listen to this, feminism. For the queen's conduct will become known to all the women, causing them to look with contempt on their husbands by saying, King Xerxes commanded Queen Vashti to be brought into his presence, but she did not come. And this day the ladies of Persia and Media who have heard of the queen's conduct will speak in the same way to all the king's princes, and there will be plenty of contempt and anger. If it pleases the king, let a royal edict be issued by him, and let it be written in the laws of Persia and Media, so that it cannot be repealed, that Vashti should come no more into the presence of King Xerxes, and let the king give her royal position to another who is more worthy than she. Okay, now on the front end, women hearing that, wow, that's so wrong. She didn't want to be provocative and she disobeyed him. But listen to what his advisor said. If you let her get away with this, that will start a trend. Well, guess what? No truer words were spoken. Women are now over us. Women are governors. Women are mayors. Women are on the House and the Senate. And I'm going to say something by all of the authority invested in my finite mind. that these women are causing a lot of problems in this country. Check AOC. Check Hillary Clinton. Check Ilhan Omar. Let's talk about Ilhan. She lives in a country where she would not have the right to be in the position she is in. She would not have a voice in Muslim land. Now she wants to come over here and talk about white men, but she doesn't say a word about Muslim men that are dominating and will stone a woman caught in adultery, but not touch the man. We've got too many problems when women are in authority. And we can talk about misogynistic all day long. It's 2025, folks. Women are the primary reason the Democrat Party has failed utterly. And any man who gets behind those kind of women is less than a man. And I have caught fire for saying that. Real men don't vote Democrat. Real men do not let women lead them around like a bull ring through the nose. And even though on the front end, King Xerxes wanted to display his wife, he probably should have thought better of that. But a point is made there. The king is the king. You do what he says. Now, if a man really loves his wife, he will not make her do something that is a violation of her conscience. Okay? But we're talking a king. He had no fear of God. Now, you want to talk about Bible contradictions? King Xerxes was not Jewish. And Mordecai was related to Esther. And he prompted her to be in the beauty pageant because let somebody replace Vashti. Esther's Jewish. Esther believed in the living God. The Bible tells the Jews, do not intermarry. Here you see the hand of God moving a woman into place that's going to result in saving the Jews from Haman, a wicked, wicked man who cannot stand the Jewish people. Just because we do not understand everything about God, we cannot just say, well, the Bible contradicts itself. No, it doesn't. Sometimes God does things that defy our ability to understand. He told Hosea to go take a woman of harlotry to be his wife. You know, a harlot was supposed to be stoned in Israeli or, Jewish law, Mosaic law. So, just something to think about. Michael doesn't sugarcoat the Bible. I believe this book is real, but there are seeming contradictions. Does that mean God is a liar? Doesn't exist now. We need to be thinking deeper and say, I don't know why you did that, but God used the situation, used that woman, because she was Jewish. She was able to appeal to the King Xerxes, and he reversed his edict, or he worded something. And Haman was a wicked guy. He built gallows in his backyard to hang Mordecai and everybody. Xerxes said use them for him and his family. He was building his own death machine and didn't know it. Now, that's not true, Pegster. Matriarchal societies have not been successful. I've never seen that in history. They got a female tribe in Africa where the women can marry as many men as they want. I don't know where that is, but behind every great man is a great woman, okay? But biblically speaking, and I'm not full of baloney because this book teaches it, Paul says in the New Testament, I do not permit a woman to teach, I have authority over men. They are not allowed headship over us. Not by God. I understand we live in America and we have American laws and Supreme Court, but not by God. And I can look and I can point to every place I've worked with women at the helm. It doesn't work. You go to Amazon, you go to Walmart, and you got all these women managers and bosses, and they pick at people, and they're horrible, and they drive people out. Most men I've worked for, they may not particularly care for me, but if they see I'm a hard worker, they leave me the heck alone. Women don't do that. Women go after people. They got personal vendettas and axes to grind, and they will shred people. They're not leaders in over us. They're not intended to be. It cannot work. Oh, vape. You bring up something. There's a guy. Is it John Griffin? He's about my age. Slender guy, walks 3 or 4 dogs in the woods in Virginia. And it looks like he got a little drone. He gets a helicopter. And he's talking about women. And he's divorced. I guess he was married for years and his wife left him. And he hasn't talked a lot about it, but he got deeply hurt by somebody he loved. And you go back to 1900, you go back to 1800s when America was more agricultural based. Women depended on men to survive. Now today, a woman can go get a job. She can go buy a car, buy a house, and she can say, I don't need a man. And because society has taken a very watered down view of morality, sex has become very fluid and acceptable. You want to go get laid? You go to the club, you find somebody to get laid, and move on with your day. When we're in a Judeo-Christian ethic, you didn't have sex until you were married. I mean, there's all varieties of sexual follies that you can do now. You can hook up with swinger couples. You can do same sex. You know, husband's got a wife who says, honey, I really want to have you watch me do it with my friend, a female. Our society is rapidly decaying and changing. I'm a man. I struggle with sin. Every time I open Facebook, every time I look at social media, it's like they are screaming this stuff at us. They're promoting this stuff at us. The LGBT thing has exploded because of social media. And I'm meeting more and more people meeting online, them meeting me. You look at them and is that a guy or a girl? And it's an alternative girl who is a guy calling him he, she, but it's a she. You don't know what. You know, when I was growing up, I'm not a swinger, no. You know, and I'm not being self-righteous. I've committed my own sexual sins. Who hasn't? I don't believe anybody watching me has been morally pure all the time. Sex is one of those easy things to give into. I don't have a temptation to drink. I don't have a temptation to smoke weed. I don't have a temptation to play the lottery. And I could brag, but I can't. That's not a temptation to me. That's easy. I don't have a temptation to steal. I don't want to steal. I do want to lust. I do want to feel a woman right here. That's my temptation. That's my vice. I haven't dated in 7 years. What is third base, Gio? You want to define that? Yo, Baba. What's my worst sin? I don't know what the worst sin is. I struggle with profanity. I struggle with anger. I struggle with lust. I struggle with impatience. When I work, I walk and move with a purpose. This is the South. Everybody's like, Mike, slow down. I said, there's no speed limit for me walking. Hey, Jess. Somebody put what TFFFFF. They do that every time they see my shorts and me wearing my beautiful professional wear. Smells like cologne. And Sashi, the thing that I've had a problem with is I do things and I'm not perfect. But sometimes if I try to get somebody to help me, it's such a hassle, I might forget it. I'm going to do it myself. I'm just going to do it myself. Oh, crap. He bust out the peanuts. This is finna gonna get goof. I ain't peanuts, man. That's funny, dude. That's funny. That's a good one, dude. Frameable joke of the day right there. Let's shout him out. Eduardo Perez Alvarado. ¿Cómo está, amigo? So I get a bucket of movie butter popcorn. That's right, Derek. Hello, real bando. How are you? I don't know about Aquavera, doggy. How are you, doggy? And a slushy. You know what? When I was a kid, it was a big treat to go to 7-Eleven and get a Slurpee. What's with the spoon at the end of the straw? 7-Eleven had the corner on the Slurpee. Remember when we were kids, those of you that are my age, the fossils in the room, the antiques. You put the straw in the cup, and your mother gets so mad at you when you slurped it. Oh, they got so mad at. Don't do that. And sometimes we kids would make it a point to do it just because. That's good, doggy. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Get those doggies rolling. Rolling, rolling, rolling today. Maxie, how are you? Those cups were nice, yeah. Plastic cup with ice cubes, and you're trying to get the very last drop of liquid. I remember my aunt caused quite a stir. We were living in LA. We're sitting at a table in a restaurant, a fly kept buzzing around, and my aunt says, you know, I'm getting really tired of that fly. My aunt was quick. She took the clear plastic cup. She went like this and brought it straight down to the table. Put it in the center of the table, and for the rest of our dining experience, my cousin, my sister, and I were looking at what was in the cup. My mother's like, Sharon, that's disgusting. I really don't want to watch that. I said, no, Mom, this is cool. Well, if you notice, the kids are really enthralled with this and they're being quiet. Okay, that's disgusting, though. I really don't want to watch a fly while I'm eating. My favorite movie quote of all time, or scene, is Karate Kid. And you got that old Asian man with the chopsticks. Catch fly with chopstick. And the kid does it. He does it. I'm like, no, wait. Now that's skill, bro. Skill. I munch like my grandma with a fake tooth. Max, you don't even compare me to no grandma. Or I will get out my belt and I will line you up on the wall and... We do, Bex, but some things never leave me. I mean, my memory, somebody said I had a photographic memory. I don't know if I do or not. The Coke straw. Wow, little did we realize that there was subliminal messaging at 7-Eleven. Maybe we ought to do a documentary on that. They'll have like that 50s, the movies you used to watch in class with the professor talking, and the happy kids are going to 7-Eleven. That's right, everybody loves a Slurpee. Did you realize that 7-Eleven actually had darker intents? You remember the straw with the little spoon at the bottom? That was for crack cocaine. Come with us for the next hours. We explore and unlock the secrets of the dark side of 7-Eleven. Jeez. You start our own show. Next week, we'll talk about Amico and Conoco. I knew she watched the movie. That's why she didn't say goodnight to me. I knew it. I'd watch the 7-Eleven documentary. That'd be funny. Hello, Nick. Right here. The canned stuff. This isn't the same as the bottle. The crazy side of that, Mike, is who knows where the world is now could very well be the truth. Jason, that's it. You want to read an eye-opener, read Growing Up Brady, written by the Greg Brady himself. It really gives you a distaste for the actual show that we grew up on. But come on, man, we knew the Brady Bunch didn't work like that. What was it, a half-hour TV show and everything's happily ever after in 30 minutes? They never did a reality show where you know, the kids are really fighting and they can't stand each other and, you know, the terrible teens. You look back at the Brady Bunch and it just seems so unrealistic. Marsha was basically a narcissist. Remember Greg, was it Peter? Peter bought all that shampoo and he sold some to Greg and it made his hair all green. Oh my gosh, that was beautiful. And Florence Henderson, Grease, mom was being a cougar on a kid. Florence's nipples were starting to stand at attention every time she saw Greg Brady. She probably already knew that Mike was gay, so she didn't try to hit on him. And I'm disappointed. I really thought that Ann B. Davis had a crush on Sam at the meat market. Problem is, Ann B. Davis wasn't into meat. Well, she was into clam. She really liked clam, but she didn't like tube steak. Did not like tube steak at all. What a shock. They're probably asleep. He tends to sleep a little bit on Saturday. Gilligan's Island. Did you ever notice that transistor radio, the batteries always work? Tube steak is your gang name. Doggy, how many names you got? The transistor radio always worked. We should have sued Sherwood Shorts and said, you had us believing they really were lost on an island. You lied. Banana Boy. Hello, Sir Jacob. Yes, Josh, boy, that was the truth. I was traumatized as a child. It was at 2814 Delmead Street in Torrance, California. I was enjoying my shiny, yellow Tonka mighty dump truck. I was giving it a bath. Some bigger kids walked down the street and they said, you wash that truck real good. And like a dummy, I said, okay. They came back to the neighborhood and they said, hey kid, move away for a second. And they put something right by the little cab under the dump, lit it, ran, and it went bam, and the dump went up and down. Scared the crap out of me. I ran in the house crying. They put a firecracker right up on top of the truck cab, and the blast caused the dump go up and down. I thought my world had come to an end that day. No, Neeks is his girlfriend. 14. How do you do that? Don't you have to have a different email for all of them? A flaming sack of poo. Sir Jacob, they did that when I was a kid. Ding dong ditch. One little brown paper bag. Put some doggy surprises in it. Twist up the top. Set on the porch. Light it. Ring the doorbell and fly. People come out. Oh my gosh, fire. Oh, shit. Yep, that's what it is. No, I'm not going to do it, doggy. I remember the Daisy BB guns. I found one once in the woods in Mammoth. I never did buy BBs for it, but it did work. And it was a Daisy rifle. That just takes too much time, Maxie. Man, I hate it when I got to set up something, set a password, have a text sent to your phone to confirm this, that. Now they want all these safeguards to prove it to you. You go to the library, you enter your email address, and you come back to your phone. It says, it appears that somebody tried to enter your email. If this was you, don't worry about it. If it wasn't, please tell us. Or are you sure you want to sign out? Are you really, really sure you want to? Yes, dang it, go. I don't need 20 messages. Stupid. Really, Josh? Two-step verification, that's it. You do not see kids outside anymore. And if you do, they're acting up. At least here. You know what the greatest place to go to was when I was a kid in LA? The parks. With real playgrounds. Metal castles with shiny diamond plate steps. Poles you could slide down. Turrets, colorful. Monkey bars, teeter-totters, rings that you could swing from like a monkey. And because of the wonderful sadistic woke people and insurance policies, they got rid of all that. They got all this stupid plastic stuff. It's not even fun. Not even fun. And in 10 years, it looks terrible. No more sand. Wood chips. They sucked the life right out of the playground. Did your VHS video rental guy have a nice set? Of what, Gio? I dare to ask that. Scammers make a full-time living off scamming. 6 birds of scamming. 5 fake phone calls. 4 fake IDs, 3 bots, 2 Facebook jails, and a social media society going down the toilet. I had a box track along the river that surrounds the town. Is it really, Nick? That's messed up. I didn't know it was hitting over there. Would holler at dusk and we'd come in. Yeah, you couldn't keep me in the house, Jason. Even in bad weather in Mammoth, it was snowing. Now, my sister stayed in the house, but when it snowed, that invigorated me. I'm like, snow? I'd put on my jeans and my corduroys, and I had my snow pants, snowmobile boots, t-shirt, sweater, and I'd start shoveling away. Human steam engine. The parks were a great place. I tell you what, hearing the sound of kids squeal, play, laughter, there's something very secure about that. To not hear them is sad. We used to go to El Escondido Park in LA. It had creeks all up in there. There were crawdads in there. In LA, man, we'd go in there and catch them. Sometimes catch a small fish with our hands. Our shoes were wet. Our pants were wet. That was living. When we went to the creek as a kid in the mountains, you wear pants because you didn't want to get sunburned. I get in 4 feet of water in that creek and get soaking wet, and you go to get in the car to go home at night, and your feet are going squish, squish. Your tennis shoes are all soaked up. It is BMP. Oh gosh, the home's under attack, folks. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. I noticed something's happening to me, guys. I don't know how old everybody is in here, but can I say it? As I age, caution starts hitting you. Caution starts hitting you. You don't do the things you used to do because you go, no, that's dangerous. Rat fetish. Oh, that's something that comes by board approval. King of the Hill, we used to call that Turd Man, Schultz. Mammoth Elementary, we would play Turd Man. The snow front end loader, big case tractor would push all the snow like way up high. We kids would climb up on top of there and everybody start pushing and shoving. And the last one standing was called Turd Man. Stupid, but we had fun. I'm writing in my class journal that we were supposed to keep. We played Turd Man at recess today. Teacher's like, what is this? It's a game. Why is it called Turd Man? I don't know. Why do you gotta ask dumb questions? You gave us a journal, it's supposed to be ours, and why are you reading my diary? Tadpoles, yes, Holly. Yes. What did Andy? Love being king of the hill. Big kids would toss us straight to the bottom. I was never one to do fishing, and I'll tell you why. I was too hyper. I couldn't do it. I could not sit still with a pole. So while my dad was at the creek fishing, I'd go way up. I'd get in the creek and make such a noise, I'd dam up stuff and everything and drive all the fish down to him, and he'd fill his krill full. He didn't know I'd be doing it. I don't know what's going on, but all of a sudden I've been catching a lot of fish. I said, really? Well, what have you been doing? Why are you all wet? I was playing in the creek. Well, you better not disturb the fish. Well, it looks like I'm doing a good job because you're catching them all. I wouldn't complain about it. I'm up there and they're going, get the hell away from that kid. Turd Man from the Silver Mountain. I got a cemetery plot as a birthday present. I got a casket one year. I decided to sell it as a condo. A timeshare. A timeshare. Yes. An Airbnb. We were at Lake Crowley. You can look it up. You can Google it right now. Lake Crowley in Tom's Place, California. Lake Crowley is a big lake. had these little tributaries running into it, and they had a creek. It was about that wide. It was a ditch-sized creek and about a couple feet deep, and it was opening fishing week, and my dad and all the men went out in their trucks, and you know, we brought the camper truck, my aunt, my uncle, everybody. My uncle had to run a sporting goods store, but my aunt, we all went down and camped out there. So you get up in the early morning and fish without having to fight parking. And kids I didn't even know, we started pairing up and hanging out, and kid says, look, you can catch fish. I said, how? They'd stand in that creek, and as they came, they would literally come between your legs, and they just... I started my try. I couldn't believe it. I catch 12, 13-inch trout, and I started throwing them in the creel. All the men were down on the lake shore. I grabbed the creel. I go running down to Dad. I said, Dad, look. My dad turns around. Men standing next to him. Where'd you get all those? I said, I caught them. What do you mean you caught them? I said, in the creek. And all the men said, well, what the heck? We've all been fishing on the lake. Maybe we ought to throw lines in the creek. My dad says, you do not have a pole. I said, yeah, they swim between my legs. Me and the boys were grabbing them all. Oh, he was pissed. Pissed. You will release them right now. I should have said, oh, you mean right by your fishing poles? I was the Calvin and Hobbes back in the day. My dad hated me. They're all out there fishing and talking about angling and what they're using, and a bunch of us tow-headed kids are up the creek grabbing them all. Doesn't that suck? Yeah, Sir Jacob, but I didn't use it for that. That water was too cold. I'm not into balls that are blue. Popastrus. Well, thank you, Joada. That wasn't funny. I know nothing. Hi, Teresa. Did you ever fish in the Philippines, Teresa? There's like tribes, whether white or black, mixed. One tribe can hate another. That's sad, Nick. I've heard about some of that stuff. Anybody get the feeling the world's just about to explode? You got to wonder sometimes. Now, fishing over a pier would be fun because you don't know what you're going to catch. Or go out on a ship, or go out in deep sea. I saw a YouTube video where Aussies were on the back of a big boat. And those chairs bolted down to the deck, and the chairs got, springs in them. You seatbelt it in, and they got their poles mounted to the stern. And a guy caught a dang sailfish, a marlin or whatever you call it. And they fight. You got to play out line because they want to dive. And he was, you saw him. I mean, this big guy, and the chair's constantly pulling. Let out the line, pull it in. Let out the line. They will fight for hours. And finally, the thing relaxes, and he starts to reel it in. He's got the head and half of it. A shark had come up and... I said, oh, that would suck. Hello, North Korea? Or South Korea, I don't know which one. Oh, yes, fishing in the market. I got you, Teresa. I ate fish in the Philippines. It's good. Spearing, that would be awesome. Now, the Chippewa tribes up in Wisconsin and Minnesota are allowed to spear fish. We can't, but they can. Oh, I bet you the ship channel's got a lot of fishy activity. Eric, I still am. But part of the survival mode is that you have to start letting go. All of us. There's nothing you can do about spilt milk. You wipe it up and go on. The best fish deluxe. I used to like filet of fish sandwich when I was a kid. Just kidding you, sir. Teresa, I love you. You crack me up. Spear gun. Yeah, I knew a guy in Colorado that lived on Guam, and he would spearfish in the ocean on Guam. Gay Wade, it's 7:42 a.m. I'm on Eastern Standard Time. I'm East Coast. Catfish noodling. All right, doggy, you take care. Say hi to Neeks and be safe, man. Cornbread, throw some TNT. Well, thank you, sir. You must be in CST, Central Standard Time. Gerald, welcome back. Kentucky, that's right. Kentucky, I went through there in '86. White picket horsey fences, rolling green hills. Beautiful country. I stayed the night in my camper truck in Elizabethtown. Back then, at a KOA. Sioux City, Iowa. I remember going through Mason City, Iowa. They had a good Christian radio station back then. Iowa's got some pretty country. Where's Watauga? Yes, Amanda. How are you, Amanda? Kentucky and Tennessee are both beautiful now. I'm not into Nashville, not into Memphis. I remember when I went through there in '86. I bought a Tennessee homecoming license plate, black with the rocking chair, the flag is a metal one. I think I sold all that stuff years ago. I wish I'd have kept that. Tennessee homecoming, it was '86. So that would have been, what was it, their bicentennial or something? I can't remember what it was, statehood or something. SeaWorld. I did SeaWorld when I was a kid. We had Marineland in LA and that went out. I wouldn't mind being by the ocean if I could afford to live there. New York's too expensive. Even though I sold this house, I couldn't afford a house in upstate at all. And I cannot stand Hochul. Good grief. Why does New York keep voting trash in to lead that state? It's all governed by New York City. New York upstate is one of the most beautiful parts of America. And they got to have corruption junk out of New York City run the whole show. Well, thank you, Gerald. Uh-oh. It's football. Them college teams down in the South, Crimson Tide, don't mess with them. I saw a cool poster once, showed the Georgia Bulldogs, and it was a tornado looming over this trailer park with the rednecks sitting out, the redneck shirts all up like this. Wife looks like a burnout, and the trailer, and it says, Crimson Tide, and the tornado's coming down on the park. I'm like, oh, they get dirty against each other, man. Vol Nation. Don't let Turd Man get you in a full Nelson. And see you, boss. Are you ready for some football? When I was a kid, it seemed like the Pittsburgh Steelers. I did not follow football, but it just seemed like every time I watched, we'd go in my room and see my dad watching the TV. The Steelers was a big, big team back in the day. Holly, I think you're onto something. Dirty, dirty. But back to the subject, folks. No offense to the ladies, but woke women are dangerous to this country. You lost $800 million over that Cracker Barrel rebranding. Women that are woke are not going to take advice from nobody. The only discipline that she listened to is when it swatted her bank account. And this is why you don't have people, women, in certain positions of power, because it doesn't work. I'm not saying men, even though God calls us to lead, I'm not saying that men always do a finesse job either. Joe Biden was a joke. He was a jackass. I think the jackass is a perfect fitting symbol for the Democrat Party. It ought to be turned into the rat. Templeton on Charlotte's Web. I'm warning you, Charlotte. Oh, that Templeton had that interesting voice. That's right, Johan. Proper fishing license is all you need. What state, though, Larry? I was told you cannot in Wisconsin. Only the natives can. They're the only ones allowed that right. At least when I was up in Duluth in the 90s. And thanks for the sub. Who couldn't walk through the sand? What are we all talking about? Well, my dad and I were not close. What did I just do? Knock the camera off? Hey, A-Dub. I don't know my real dad at all. I was adopted at 4 months. Who's sitting there? Who you talking about saying, I don't know about political stuff? Who you directing that at? I hope that ain't me, because I definitely have a clue about political issues. Definitely. No, Josh, you're incorrect. You're going to defend the Democrats? This is the wrong place to do it, partner. I think most people in here, or at least people engaged in the conversation, are more on the conservative side. I could be wrong, but generally in my streams, they tend to lean towards Trump and stuff like that. So why are you coming against me? What do you mean I don't know about political issues? Now Josh wants to start bullshit. Let's go. Come on, gloves are on, buddy. What do I not know? Tell me specifically what I don't know. Let's bring it on, bud. Somebody said that I see. I'm for neither either, but I have to pick one. And eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by his toe. If he hollers, let him go. Yeah, it's gonna get Jerry, because you're not a Democrat. What are you? Common sense ain't common sense anymore, Democrats. I don't know the color of your eyes, Jacob, because I've never looked into your eyes. I don't generally do that with dudes, but look into my heart. Green Party or libertarians will never make it because we're forced. I like some things that the libertarians have to say, but they'll never make it. We're jammed up, clogged up with Toilet Party 1 and Toilet Party 2. Oh, I suppose you're one of those Taylor Swifts. You're ashamed of President Trump. Crow, go find somewhere else to play. I think a ball rolled out in the LA freeway that you can go grab. I don't believe he views himself as a tyrant. But you know what? When we've allowed so much crap to go on and somebody finally stands up, people are going to get mad. There's a lot of corruption. People make money off crime. People make money off crime, and you have the mayor, D.C., yelling and screaming about Trump putting the moratorium, bringing in the guard. I just saw her the other day saying, I admit the crime's gone down since Trump came in. Yeah, you couldn't do it, could you, honey? You have to do the hard thing. America could solve the problems of the things we all fuss about, and the reason they don't is because they don't want to. We're paying military staff, use them. Go into Southside Chicago. Park the truck, say 7 o'clock, drug dealing's going to stop. You can tell these young people to stop terrorizing older black people in black neighborhoods and knock it off. It really is an easy fix. Start doing city to city, going to Baltimore, going to Detroit. Flush the turds out. Flush the turds out. People that don't want to be civilized and want to loot, steal, and kill and everything, they need to go. Yeah, I wish we could deport the bad people. Put them out on an atoll that was nuclear bombed in the 40s when they were testing atom bombs or something. They could all be glow in the dark. I don't believe, this country's drowning in stupidity. We got a problem. We talk about the problem. Everyone says how bad it is. Solve it. If I'm a mayor, it is my job to solve problems. Not get the salary and go, wow, a long-haired redheaded guy got the mayoral, wee. And you get these DI hires. I'm the first this, I'm the first that. Yeah, you're the first flop. Do something with the position. Make your city a light on a hill that attracts investors and good people and families and, stop this. You bragged that you got the mayor of D.C., but you didn't do a damn thing. Stupid. You, as the mayor, should have cleaned up that city. This is our nation's capital. Come on, people. All this whining and stuff when the riots were going on and the mayor of Seattle, no, we don't want Trump here. Instead, he got Rastafarian taking over a downtown building and calling it Chaz. That's gay. Gay. I'll tell you what. They don't want me in leadership because I believe in making change. And even if I don't know what I'm doing, I'm going to find out. I'm going to rack my brain until I figure we need to solve this problem. What are we going to do? I do not listen to propaganda, Josh. Sounds like you do, though. Come on, Josh. We're having a good discussion. Don't turn on me now. I'll make you a disciple yet. I'm joking. Don't take that seriously now. They'd never vote me in, Chance. They'd pull every skeleton out of every closet and dangle it before the media. Larry, why would you ask that question? I don't believe any of the conversation I've had would even hint that I do drugs. Look at my face, look at my eyes, does that look like drug evidence to you? I'm 59 years old. My skin is good, my body's good. If I'd have been doing lots of drugs, I think it would show. A lot of hardcore drug addict users aren't very articulate. At least that's been my experiences. I could be wrong, but I never was on them, Larry. Thank you, Jason. Hey, my biggest vice was failed relationships. And that all has to do with modeling. Growing up under a screwed up set of folks that adopted me didn't help. And as today's woke women would say, Mike Nelson didn't make wise choices. Oh, shut up. Shut up. My hair hints at it. Oh, many people think because of my hair I'm a regular weed user. A Puerto Rican woman in Huntsville, Alabama thought that. She invited me to come out and see her for a week. Some of the best sex I ever had in my life was with a Puerto Rican woman. True story. She was hot, too. Fair enough, Johan, but are you hardcore now? Devil is a Democrat. That's awesome. Hello, Melissa. How are you? My sister was adopted, and she is different ethnic. I'm not going to get any more personal than that. Too many trolls. This is my futon, man. This is the side she shows you when you're nice. This is the side she shows you when you're rude. I just passed my troll. Mooned. Doggy, I thought you were going to sleep. That doggy was waiting for that. He just wanted to see that little brown troll bot. That just made his day, man. That's awesome. This is called real chat, folks. Not saying you seem like a drug addict. I just get the feeling you had some extremely life-altering acid trips back in the day. I'm a fan, not shaming or judging. Just why is that? Is it because of my energy and that Wayne's World Garth thing? I'm just naturally this way. Hollywood was wrong most of the time, but when they made movies, they must have based it off some truth. I could have easily been a stand-in in Wayne's World. I would have refused to drive the Gremlin, though. I said, I'm not driving that car. Give me a big old Suburban from the 1970s. My Suburban had a disco ball halfway back. Garth back there, the thing's all... I was gonna clean my room until I got high. I was gonna pick up the broom instead I got high. I was gonna kick out all the trolls. Then I got high. Henry Rollins. I'll have to look that up. Oh, 65 Chevelle. Why are you tempting me, Josh? Thou shalt not tempt me. Is it red and black? Chevelle's one of my favorites. One of the slightly smaller muscles. Fake Woke is a great song. What I wish is that YouTube had a thing where I could add light background music to this. Let's see if we can share some pictures today. I can't post any of these lesbian pictures. That wouldn't be right. There was some I was going to post in the room. What was it? See if you can see that. The one shark on top says, "What the hell happened to you?" He said, "I tried to eat a chihuahua." That's awesome. Chevelle is a candy car. I love the look of a Chevelle. Do you know why you can't play Stairway to Heaven in a guitar stores? No, why? Yeah, you never know. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know which one you're going to pick. Melissa, good to see you. Oh my gosh, Johan. Really? At 33, I was miserably married and going down in flames. Yeah, I am too, and I'm a Christian, and I should know better. Why is it that two women tongue kissing and caressing each other is incredibly erotic? I don't even have to be part of it. It's just fascinating to watch the way two women, even though it's wrong, even though the Bible says no eros, man, it's powerful stuff. All right, everybody at the count of 3, start singing the song that goes with the picture. Let's see how smart everybody is. At the count of 3, sing the song that goes with the picture. Let's see how many get it. Got a dang shark fin coming out of my head. Yeah. See, if I lean it, I can make my hair kind of feng shui with that fin. There we go. Got the aerodynamic thing going on here. Oh, no. Stairway to Heaven is good. I like All of My Love by Led Zeppelin. That's one of my favorites, and I like the slow and reverb version. Baby Shark, na-na-na-na-na. Good job, Hack Rack. Got it. Tom McDonald's Canadian. If you're getting American political information from him, can't even spell his name correctly, you're woefully misguided. Nova! I don't even know who he is. I just know that Justin Trudeau was bad. Bad. No. Hey, Jaws theme, I didn't even think of that. That's accurate. Facebook needs to come up with some new emojis. I want this reaction. I love that. How many would use that one? I love that. Yes. Wham! Idiot. It was autocorrect. What was autocorrect? Trampled underfoot. Baby shark da-doo. Yep. It was autocorrect. GTOs were nice. Baby shark drives me insane too. Imagine being a school bus driver. Tom's last name misspelled. Tom's backwards is Smot. You know, Bob backwards is Bob. I didn't know if you guys, I just thought I'd bring you up to speed on that. So this was something. 12-year-old girls need to arm themselves with an axe and a broadsword just to walk anywhere. This is in the news in the UK. Because they're allowing immigrants, they're not just in London anymore, they're going to these small little English countryside towns and they're grabbing girls, grabbing butts, grabbing breasts. They have no sense of frickin' boundaries. And you know, the men in those communities need to stand up and emasculate these immigrants. Rip their pants off and deball them. I tell you what, these politicians that let these people come over and violate the locals are scum. Absolute scum. You don't just go up and, that's a 12-year-old girl. You're walking with an axe. Yeah. Number one, if that was my daughter, I'd say, oh, honey, you ain't walking with that. I'm going with you. I don't think it's allowed in the UK, but I would get an AK strapped to me with a full magazine clip. You know, instead of dad pulling up in the cool car at the school, is that your dad? Yep. I love my daddy. Come on, honey, let's go. Nobody gonna mess with you today. Sad, man. The world is shifting, and it's not just shifting. This is my favorite. I did not make this. I don't know this guy. I went to Food Lion. I'm at the checkout aisle. There's a lady in front of me. What is it about old ladies? It takes them 10 minutes to fumble through their purse, and then they grab a coupon, and oh, wait, I don't want that. And you're, oh my gosh. I took this picture of me, and right when I snapped it, that guy got caught in there. I think that's freaking beautiful. It looks like I staged that. That just truly was perfect timing. Because I was being funny. I was just gonna go, and then boom, he's back there with the funky glasses. I don't even know who that is. Do they have any song? Okay, let's do this, guys. Let's have some fun. Start with the states of America and name a song that has the name of your state in it. Let's do it. I'll start with mine. It's a rainy night in Georgia. And the devil went down to Georgia. We all know that. Name your state. Name the song that has the state in it. Let's do it. Let's have some fun. Oh, yeah. All the leaves were brown and the sky was gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. One of my favorite songs. Can't call somebody a terrorist without any proof. Kentucky Rain, there you go. Georgia, Georgia. Good job, Amanda. What do we got here, folks? All my exes live in Texas. Nice, Holly. How many exes do you have, Holly? I don't know any song with Minnesota in it. Neither do I, or Wisconsin. No, wrong. The Edmund Fitzgerald. Let's see, 26,000 tons more. How does it go? Now I gotta think. Coming out from some bill in Wisconsin. As the big freighters go, it was bigger than most, with a crew and good captain well seasoned. Yeah, that one. So that does have Wisconsin in it. Indiana wants me back. Lord, I can't go back there. No, Edmund Fitzgerald has Wisconsin in it, not Minnesota. Alabama, Tennessee River. Sand in my boots. North Carolina country roads. I've been everywhere, man. Johnny Cash. Never rains in Southern California. I wish they all could be California girls. California, California, city of Compton. How many songs have California in it? Lots. No, I started to, and I corrected myself. Nova, stop nitpicking. I don't like nitpickers. I hate that crap. I hate it when women used to come into the chat. Oh, you misspelled a word. Oh, you used a capital. You didn't use the right adverb. Shut up. You get the point. He did sing it about the Edmund Fitzgerald. We're talking about songs that have state names in the song. Not necessarily singing about the state, but has the name of the state in it. Josh, you have a split personality? Why? Yep, Rocky Mountain High. Country roads take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia. Josh, I do not have a split personality. Larishia, how are you? Larishia, do I have a split personality? You know me better than these guys. Tell the room. Oregon? Wow, now you got me thinking, Jefferson. Don't they have a song with Yakima, Washington in it somewhere? I could swear there's a song with Yakima in it. Lubbock, Texas. Of course not. Thank you, Larishia. I knew I could count on you to be accurate. Baltimore by Randy Newman is about Maryland. Saginaw, Michigan. That's right, B. Schultz. Oh, I talk about creation all the time. I do not believe or buy into evolution. Ever. It's not science. Watch Josh come after me. Watch Josh come after me. Let's change the picture before Josh attacks me for that. What do we got here? There, we'll do some artistry here. Pretty painting of a woman and the birds and looking out the window. Kind of a cool scene there. Anybody got a ham sandwich? Anybody got any ham and cheese sandwiches? Kansas City. I know a song that's got Nebraska in it. Anybody know? I want to see how many people get this. Name a rock song. Big in the late 70s, I think. Very popular. You don't even hear it anymore. It had Nebraska in it. All right, Johan, take care, man. You too, and thanks for coming in. Lugenbach, Texas. I said Lubbock. Yeah, you're right, Chance. My bad. Wildfire had Nebraska. On a cold Nebraska night. She ran calling wildfire. Oh, that piano little interlude in there. Beautiful. Is it the corn chuckling song? Oh, yeah, Sweet Home Alabama. How could we forget that? Any song with Ohio in it. I bet you there's no song with Rhode Island, Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire, Connecticut. I bet you there's no New England state in a song. Prove me wrong. Any song that has a New England state in it. And is Rhode Island considered New England? Test question. When their song The Day Chicago Died, Bee Gees, really? What's the song? Doggy, you proved me wrong. Good job. Yep. Holly, I love that song. Some people thought it was sappy. When I was a kid, it affected me. And she busted down her stall. Barry Manilow did not do that. I cannot think of the name of the guy that did Wildfire. He was a one-hit wonder. That's it. Yep, the old 45s. Jason, I do not know what you're going on about, but hey, enjoy yourself. Rhode Island Brown. Oh, man, now you're proving me wrong. That's awesome. I did not know that. I'll have to look that up because I was a Bee Gees fan. And unless I heard it and didn't pay attention, the New England thing, gotcha. Jason, what are you talking about? You can't seek out your own salvation. You're either saved by believing in Christ or you're not. That's it. You're talking old books. Well, the Bible's old and it's more reliable than any new book is today. Fact. That one stood the test of time. Today's textbooks will be in tomorrow's fires. I'm starting to think that, William. My, this is your Anakin, maybe Vadar someday later, but he's just a small fry. That's right, Fred. What are the 3 main ingredients to a country song? Go. The 3 main ingredients to a country song. Lyric-wise, what has to be in there to make a country? 59, Robin, and counting. Where does it say that, Jason? I've never seen it say seek. I've seen it work out your salvation with fear and trembling. Where's that verse? Lost my wife, my truck, and my dog. Your truck, your dog, your wife. I thought it was truck, horse, wife. Beer. That's awesome. Everybody's hitting it, though. They lost their dog, the house, their wife, and got beer. I told her, sweetie, you can't have my pickup truck. She said, that's okay. I got horses. What you gonna do now? That'll be the last time I marry me a country girl. So which are prettier, country chicks or city chicks? Boys, go. The route of the Exodus and the conquest of Canaan. That's okay. Give me the address of it, Jason. Where is it, please? Jason, I just read this. Thou shalt not listen to Jason and the things he types into a chat room, says the Lord. That's in first and second opinions. Man, that woman almost has the hair like mine. Well, maybe not. Country girls. Can cook and will. Yes. I dated country girls in Duluth, and I have to say they were very, very pleasing. They're different. They have less batitude. I like a woman who's sweet. I don't like all that bullcrap. The only time I like a woman with attitude is when we join the forces against an enemy. Then the attitude on her looks sexy as you know what. Absolutely, Melissa. Absolutely. A naked one. A naked one is the better. Well, hold it, Fred. We got to put a disclaimer there. Not all men or women look good with clothes off. Not all men or women look good with, some look better clothed and wrapped up from head to toe with stuff. Maybe that's why the Muslims cover up their women so much. They're embarrassed. Who knows? Who knows? Honey, you go out dressed like this. Philippines? Philippines? That's a place. The Philippines. Filipinos. Jason, we're teasing you. 2, 12, and 13. But you got it. Let's see where it is. Thank you. So then, my beloved, just as you have always obeyed, not as in my presence only, but now much more my absence, work out your salvation with fear and trembling, for it is God who is at work in you, both to will and to work for his good pleasure. Do all things without grumbling or disputing. Let's stop right there. How many of us have grumbled in life? Can I see a show of hands? I'll start. Anybody grumble or murmur or fuss, or the modern term is biatching? Have we done it? Anybody done that? Doggy got lips going on. Fred's got the hands. Anybody else? See a show of hands, please. I want to see that room like it's a football stadium with hands. And then we'll pass somebody over the crowd. Anybody thinks they're perfect, they're going to be crowd surfed out the back door to the stadium. None of us is perfect, man. None of us. You read the Bible and you just read it at face value. There's enough in there to convict you and drop you like it's hot. And if you really know Christ and you become aware of his holiness, you should be reduced to ashes. You should come away with the same thing that the people should have came away with after hearing the sermon. Okay, God, okay, you showed us. How do we do this? We can't live up to. And Jesus said, I'm glad you asked. You're right. You can't live up to this. We don't work for our salvation. We work out. When we have faith in Christ and we're born again, we have salvation. We have to work it out so that the world can see that we're different. There's the rub. Problem is, I spend too much time rubbing something else instead of working out my salvation because I'm a human. Okay? That's man talk here, folks. Some of you need to put the liquor down. Some of you need to put the weed down. Some of you need to put something down or have a burn barrel event. Sometimes God causes us to purge, cleanse. He definitely causes us to confess. Wow. That pretty much is the axe to the root of all of us as trees, isn't it? One swipe and you're knocked. You guys are in the military trucks. Pull up the video on YouTube, Tatra Trucks. It's got some very cool music and it shows these trucks where the wheels tow in and independent suspension, all of those big wheels. They show a Tatra truck in the Russian forest, trees about that big, pines. They put the bumper and they just go forward. Unstoppable. Will literally push them over and drive over them. That's awesome. We should be, Jason, absolutely. That's a good question, Josh. God speaks through his written word. He speaks to us through the Holy Spirit. Does that mean you're Josh going to hear an audible voice? Josh, I need you to get up and do this today. No. I like to think of impressions. Those things we know we ought to do, and we do. Okay, you get up, you go to work. You got a job, get your butt to work. You got a bill to pay, pay your bill. Got to get the car oil changed and change the oil. I mean, these are basic things here. Where the problem comes in is we get used to our ritual every day and nothing changes, and we get so secondhand about it. When God goes, smacks that out of your hand, you're like, okay, now he's got my attention. Where do you want me to move? What do you want me to do? God is not going to come down and say, Michael, go down to the potter's house. I have a message for you. The potter's house? Jeremiah was told that. Does anybody even know what a potter is anymore? Or a cobbler? Or a tailor? Boy, those are long lost professions. What's a potter, folks? What's a potter? I know. Go. First one gets it. Sing. A potter is someone. Survey says, no, that's not it. That's funny. Smokers smokes a lot of pot. Molding clay into vessels. Jason gets it for $500. Go ahead and grab that wheel, Jason, and spin that see what your prize is. Next contestant, throw clay. No, doggy. You will turn everything into weaponry, young man. All right. What is a cobbler? Watch the answer to this. Watch. Somebody's going to be funny. First one to tell me what a cobbler was, because they don't even have them anymore, I don't believe. Shoemaker. Boom. Yeah. Do you know why we got foot problems today? Because all your shoe companies make the shoes flat. Back in Europe, back in the villages, you had a cobbler. He would form-fit something to your foot and make a shoe to support your arch. That's why we have so much plantar fasciitis today. I have some of that. Insufficient support shoes. Did you know your arch of your foot is shaped like an upside-down leaf spring? Instead of being like this and the axle rests, your foot's going like this. So if you're wearing flat shoes, this is bottoming out. And over time, you have a pain. And you have to have the arch support. I go put on shoes. I don't care if they're $300 dang shoes. There's no support. And you can buy a cheap pair of Route 66 and they got more arch support than the $300 Nikes. Wow. And why are they charging that much for a pair of dang shoes anyway? It's a racket because they're made for $1 an hour by Chinese slave labor over there in Shanghai and Beijing. Give me a break. I wanted to say a hooker. Arch support is extremely important and underrated. Yes, Amanda, it's nasty stuff. I cannot stand in one place on a flat. I can move around all day long, but I cannot stand still with insufficient shoes. It hurts. And I noticed it. I discovered it when I went to Hong Kong in 2008 for the first time. We were down on Lama Island. We went down to the beach, and I was walking on the rocks, and my feet were like, wow, what is going on? And my feet were really sensitive. And the only way I could comfort my feet is when I stepped into the sand on the South China Sea. And the sand is perfect. The sand moves to the shape of your foot. If I could only walk on sand all day, I really wish God had a calling for me to just live with shorts, sandals, and or sandy beaches. The ministry of sandy beaches. My wife's name is Sandy. We live on the beach. Step up to the mic and I'll take you to Sandy Beach. Cooper and Chandler. What is that? Put some sand in your shoes. Yeah, but when you do that, it's uncomfortable because it doesn't position itself properly because the shoe's jacked up. Do they really, Christopher? Jordans. Yeah, look at what they charge for them, Jason. Clown shoes. I'd like to wear bowling shoes to a formal. Hi, everybody. Mike, did you rob those from the bowling alley? Bowling shoes. The best shoes I ever had was in high school was the Nike Pegasus. When they first came out with the air cushion or the little air plastic bubble in there, those were good shoes. In the 80s. New Balance was good. I've had some New Balance. Skating shoes, maybe I ought to look at those. Maybe I should get a skateboard so I can endo it on a tiny little rock and be face planted into the wall of a downtown building. Pfft. Nope, skating's not for you, bud. No, I got these little things in Coeur d'Alene. I was renting from a lady. She goes, Michael, come with me. I got an appointment with a foot doctor. I know him. He can size you up with some carbon fiber deposits that they put your foot. You stand on a scale thing that reads your foot, and they'll make the inserts. Remember Dr. Scholl's? OnCloud stopped me buying Nike Air Max after a long time. Skechers. Yeah, I've worn Skechers. I bought these things. What brand is this? These are basically Walmart. These are okay. They're clunky. They're just Walmart. I don't even know what the brand is. Didn't even say on them. Off-brand. Oh, what have we got? I bought these Skechers. Yeah, I keep things in the box if I don't wear them all the time. These are okay. And these are coming apart. In fact, they're getting worn down. But these I got in Coeur d'Alene. And they firm your foot and you can slide them in there and it helps. Slip-ons are nice. They have their pros and cons. What are the ones that I got? Oh, I think I got them outside. What is this? Another pair of shoes. U.S. Polo Association. I gotta show you guys something cool. Oh, if I can lift it out of this thing weighs a damn ton. Lady I worked with had this sitting on the front seat of her car. Let me get this screensaver out of here. I said, what is that? She goes, a kid in shop class made it for me. She goes, I don't want it. I said, you don't? I said, I'll take it. She goes, how much you give me for it? I said, how much you want for it? Kid in welding class at a high school here in the area made this. Basically tube steel. This thing is heavy. Made a transit school bus with the rear doors, roof vents, and lug nuts for the wheels. This is very heavy. I mean, it's almost a form of box beam steel. I said, man, a kid makes something for me like that, I ain't getting rid of it. That's pretty well done. Even etched out the sides for the window compartments. Pretty intelligent. Yeah, I mean that is unique. I can't get rid of stuff like that. I mean, that's a high school kid. You got to encourage kids when they're doing the arts because they could turn into something great, you know? I bought this at the SM Mall in Valenzuela City. I rode plenty of these things in the Philippines. Jeepneys, love these things. They've got a plan to get rid of them, sadly. Philippines wants to become green oriented. They're very interesting. The jeepney is the most unique vehicle out there, along with tuk-tuks in Thailand. Yes. Absolutely, Fred. Hands on is better than hands off. All these stupid tech jobs, they're going to dry up with AI. They're going to dry up with AI. I found this at the flea market for like $3. This is anybody from the UK in here? Anybody? I'm going to show you something. This is actually made in China, but Matchbox was always the trendsetter for detailed trucks. But Matchbox had a size a lot of people didn't know. They had the bigger, all metal undercarriage, big old fire truck. And believe it or not, there was only one area of damage, and it was this bucket. Let's see, we gotta put that out. The bucket had a chip on it, but I thought not bad shape for the age. This is old. This thing's 19. What is the date on this? If I can read it. 1979. Oh, it's even got outriggers. Look at that. I didn't even notice that before. It's got the outriggers. You know what was sad, and we're coming up on 9/11, is all those big fire trucks just crushed from the destruction of the trade towers coming down. Yeah, it's even got stuff that opens up. Pretty cool. Oh, I would love to see that, Fred. Total out of new car. I can't believe the hose is still intact. Usually that's the first thing the kids tear up is all the little stuff. They just rip it off of there. This thing's a pretty nice piece for its age. Man, is this a blast from my childhood past. This is a 1960s Tonka. It had a trailer. I don't know what trailer went to this, but that's old. That's like going back to the Scooby-Doo era of trucks. Pretty decent shape, man. Pretty simple design. Solid, hard plasticky rubber tires. Tonka had unique wheels. Even had the rubber bumper stops on it. These are actually rubber. Pretty cool stuff, man. I'm not going to lift this out of there because I have to move too much stuff to do it. So I'm just going to walk you over here and show you some of my toys. Mardi Gras beads, anybody? Look back there. Got a perfect Mighty Tonka clamshell crane. Everything works. Original string is still there. It's not all worn out, no rust. That's when Tonka made good stuff. An Destructo fire truck. This was an off-brand Remco. Everybody tried to copy Tonka, and they came out with this. This thing, you can tell that probably did some actual mining work with the rust on it. This is a moped. This is from a missionary in Africa, made out of Primus beer bottle caps and flip-flops for tires. That's pretty neat. Lots of stuff. And I found this is a golden oldie. I found this in my backyard. It rained so hard and stuff comes out of the ground where the old oak tree was. So you've got impressions on it. This is an old Sprite bottle in great condition. I found this on the bus when I was repairing seats. This fell out of the back of the seat. Anybody want to guess what that is? Kids stole that out of the classroom. Anybody know what that is? I know what it is. Anybody know what it is? Oh, you saw my Trump thing back there? Totally forgot about that. Yep, that's off a scale. You know, the kid kiped that out of the classroom. How stupid. I mean, weird stuff. A Montana plate with all the cities and towns on there. Look. I could use this as a creepy doll. That was found on a bus. This I found at the flea market for $2. That's awesome. The Terminator, man. Good stuff. Got my license plates back there to Keystone State. This was off my 66 Ford that I had. I got collector plates. Cheaper to get collector plates, and you could license it for, I think it was 5 years in Colorado. This is a repro. This is a Heinz pickle truck. That's a Hobby Lobby thing. And then they had these at the flea market. They don't even have these stores anymore. I think they all went out of business. It's a big southern food chain, Winn-Dixie. Winn-Dixie. We got a Cleveland Browns truck in here. Is that a Cleveland Browns? Let's see. The Cincinnati Bengals. No, this is a, I don't know what year. It's a 50s pickup truck. The Cincinnati Bengals. This was when they did the Goal Line Classics. Oh, who did this? Ertl? Ertl. What year was that? I don't know. But it was still in the box, and I got it cheap at the flea market. Cheap at the flea market. Where's the Winn-Dixie truck? Just some toys. Nothing fancy. $8:45. Wow, where'd the day go? All right, folks, I'm going to have to wrap this up and get on with it. But good to see you. Oh, Sam came in. Let me keep you guys going. Hold on. I got to make a contribution to one of my porcelain accounts, so I'm going to set it up in the kitchen, and I will be back. That's what I got to do. Put your right foot in, put your left foot out, do the hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Clean up my mess. I look like a pack rat in my own room. Oh, I need the plug. You put your right foot in, you put your left foot out. Yep, the guy that wrote that song, they had a hard time. At the funeral home, they put the left foot in the casket and they kept popping out. pretty sad. Get some light in here, man. I've been living in a damn igloo. Sam, how are you? Doggy, you crack me up. Everybody with their interesting IDs. All right, gotta go make a deposit. Be right back. Wow. Yeah, it has been cooler across much of the country, and they said that that's going to happen. They were talking about that the summertime temperatures are over, not just for a week, but they're done. Forecasts are calling for a cool and drier winter, which I find interesting. You know, it's so funny to talk about global warming. Oh man, did I grab the wrong? Yep, I sure did. I don't want that stuff. Drop everything. Coconut jasmine. No, I don't want coconut. All right. Where's the beef? Do I want all that? No, I don't. I want this. That's what it's all about. That's good skate music. Hokey pokey. Liberalism has nearly destroyed this country. Absolutely. Jason, you have a good one, man. What are my pronouns? The only ones I was born with, man. I am a he, not to be confused with a she. Though sometimes I rock femininity, I am capital masculinity. Do you have any more questions for me? What's my plan? Shoot, to get through this mentally intact. I took a blow, Sam. I know I'm trying to move on, but I did take a blow. I would never make a good welfare recipient. I'd probably end up in the back of a cop car. No, I actually wouldn't, but I can't. I was made to do something. I was made to do something. And certainly not to be idle. Trying to get some stuff done. I got a plumber coming in next week. Got to get a project done and wrapped up. What are we doing? Start. That's wrong. Pronouns are he, she. Who's Michelle Marie Delane? We were talking about, and I forget his name, the guy that sit with the shower running behind him. Dumb, dumb, dumb. I tell you what, look at this. We're giving him more attention just by talking about his bizarre channel. But he's harmless. I mean, how can you troll that? I sat there and just watched the comments. And people are typing what they think he's saying. Trump, Trump, Trump. I put dump, dump, Trump. Jeez. I do like to look at what's going on in the lives. Now, I'm going to tell you a little something. These young ladies that get on there with all the lipstick and the gloss. Next, next, next. I'm so sick of those attention-getting, stupid. They don't have content 99% of the time. Is Sticks and Hammer still YouTubing? I used to see his stuff all the time, and I don't see it. Oh, Michelle. Okay, that's right. Hammer, have you heard of Sticks and Hammer on YouTube? He's got a good gig there. I haven't seen him in a while, and I don't know. I got a sub to him. That's why. Da da da. The police are coming after law. It's supposed to rain today. Hello, Mr. Russell. Yeah, good stuff. So is he still broadcasting? He always had that little weird oval caricature of himself. And he had his cat walking around in the video. Wasn't he over there in, was it Scandinavia somewhere? Rice, ground chicken, and a couple strips of bacon. Not bad. Gotcha. Why does he go by Noodles? How did he get the name Noodles? Is it because he stopped at the restaurant, or did he do those What is the name of that? Cup of noodle, ramen noodles. All right. '90s television sitcom. Who said it? You got any cheese? '90s sitcom. Who said anybody got any cheese? That's right, Jason. Urkel. Yep. Got it. All right. Let's do TV test trivia. What show was known for Yes, Master? What show was known for Yes, Master? Family Matters, Steve Urkel, absolutely. Jason, I believe it's pretty clear I'm a guy. I'm not trying to be a woman, but I know for a fact, because of the hair, if I cut all my hair off, that's over. Dream of Jeannie. That's right, Holly. Good job. All right. The gentleman better be the first to get this one. I know nothing. What TV show? Hogan's Heroes. Good job. Movie time. Are you listening to me, Wilson? Castaway, yep, awesome. Look, that's called good script writing. I don't care who it is. Did you all get sad when Wilson drifted out to sea? I couldn't believe I was crying over a damn ball. That's good movie writing. Yes. Winter. Yes. Okay. Song time, 1980s, to a movie. There's an invisible man sleeping in my bed. Go. It was sad. That's one of my all-time favorite movies. Rain, it's not what you think. It's lyrics to a song, There's No Invisible Man in My Bed. I promise you. Ghostbusters. Ray Charles. Who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters. Hey, wait a minute. Let me see something. Rain, if that's really you, you got a pretty face, girl. I have to squint to look at those itty-bitty circle profile pics. It does say Ray Charles, Ray Parker, my bad. Oh, I got you, Rain. I got you. Now I'm tracking. All right, let's see. Name the artist, Rain. And this is up for everybody. Gotta think. Let me pull a line from the song. No one loves you the way I do. Name the artist. You will never find, dun 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 dun. You're busted. Hold on, Jim. I ain't bragging on myself, baby. Yes, Lou Rawls, Terrell, good job. Because there's no one else. No one else. I love that song. Good music, good lyrics, good voice. That song passes the test of time. I can listen to it now and it's just as fresh as back in the day. Sorry, folks, a lot of this new music today. How old is Lou Rawls? How long ago was that? How many people are going to be singing some of that crap today, 50 years from now? Yeah, Rain, that was an outstanding piece of music. Outstanding. Barry White had an incredible voice. He had probably one of the deepest voices of back in the day music. All right, Jim, go. What's your query? You're going to miss my lovin'. Yep, that was a good one. Absolutely. Mice and Men. Cool Hand, Luke and Deliverance. Man, you're bringing up some stuff I'm not even familiar with, Fred. And I thought I was pretty versed in music. You're gonna miss my lovin'. You're gonna miss my love. I forgot about that one, Joe. That was great stuff too. What happened to music? Can I digress a little bit? I mean, you can laugh with me. It's really vile, dirty. My neck, my back, and my crack. I mean, come on, man. That's no good. That's just no good. That is just not talent. I'm sorry. Hey, thanks for coming, Rain. I hope to see you again. The 1980s. Gosh, I feel like the old timer in the room here. 1966 model right here. Still looking fairly decent for my age. That's awesome, Winter. I get people come in here and go, why was this on my feed? Like they're angry. And then some people come in trolling stuff out of me and then they stop and go, 2 days will go by, I'll see the ID and I'm like, oh, not that person again. And they'll say, you know, I was trolling you pretty bad, but I started listening to you and you got good stuff. That's what we like. We want people to feel good in here and be able to think. Talk about issues, but have fun too. For those of us in America, if you want to have a bad day, just turn on the news. I stay away from the news. I do look at YouTube feed. Try to keep up on the current whatever. But it's depressing. I don't want to sit down and listen to endless coverage of analysts saying, well, we could be in for a financial collapse. And, you know, I don't want to hear that. We don't need all these doom and gloom people. If we're a Christian, we need to take one day at a time. The Bible says be anxious for nothing. We need a, you know, prayer and with thanksgiving and bring this stuff to God and give us this day our daily bread. We're not supposed to worry about the future. Do what you're supposed to do today. Yeah, it is. 22, William. Well, welcome. 95% of the news, shoot. And the ones who are giving it aren't much better. Everybody wants to be at a news desk and spend too much for makeup and ugly clothing and think that they're actually doing something good. They're told what to say. That's not a job for me. Is it New Hampshire or is it Vermont? Live free or die. And which one is the one, don't tread on me? I like those. I think that's in every one of us in this room. When we're forced by corporate America to all think and be exactly alike, I don't like that. I like it when people are different. And when I say different, I don't mean in a way that's harmful to each other, but I liked living in Hong Kong for a year. I liked it when I went to the Philippines and I saw stuff that I wasn't used to. I want to go see my friend in Zambia. I don't like corporate America and a corporate workplace. They try to squeeze everybody through this. They take away individuality. They take away spontaneity. They take away creativity. I don't like it. Walmart is a classic example of what we've done wrong. For decades, America was Main Street. Every small town had a Main Street. Main Street was a gathering place. The old towns in America, your church, your school, your workplace were within a very short distance of each other. There was no such thing as the suburbs. The suburbs was a creation in my day, or just before my day. And that's when you saw things shift. Now we have big box stores, big box malls, and now those are nice places to shoot and rob and act up. You never saw people shooting up Main Street because you had community. You knew the guy that ran the bike shop. You knew the lady that ran the bake shop or the floral shop or the suit and tie and a dress shop. Now we become so depersonalized. Good morning, Heather. Shoot, Piggly Wiggly went out of here. Wasn't Albertsons bought out? Who did Albertsons get sucked up by? Shoot, when I was a kid in Los Angeles and Torrance, we used to walk across Crenshaw Boulevard to Lucky's. That was the market in LA, Lucky's. I even remember the old doors. You stepped on the rubber mat and the door opened in. And you came out the other one and opened out. I remember the old cashier stands was a big turntable. Not the straight ones like we have today. Things change. Things get better. When's the last time you saw an adding machine with tape or with a receipt tape roll? Remember people used to send a telefax? The fax machine was a trip. It was a big, clunky piece of equipment. Yeah, Daimler Chrysler, don't they have Freightliner and Mercedes? Safeway, so Safeway's gobbled them up. I was told that Safeway was majority Mormon shareholders. And the Mormon Church owns Marriott. Let's talk about Blackstone or BlackRock. Anybody know anything about those two? Same company, split. Partners, one went one way, went the other. Yeah, winner, Marriott Hotel, Safeway, pretty heavily Mormon owned. You can actually get on the internet and find out. Mormons have their hands in quite a bit of big business. It's interesting to note, nobody gets paid in the Mormon religious system except the president in Salt Lake City. It is also interesting to note that the Mormon church, the temple at Salt Lake City on the parapet at the top of the building, has got Masonic lodge symbols all over it. Joseph Smith was a 33rd degree Mason. It's very interesting when you start studying things. Things just start to show up that go, okay, now it all makes sense. That spider web of connections. That spider web that goes right back to the devil. But business, gobbling up everything. AMC owned Jeep, and Jeep went over to Chrysler, right? Jeep is owned by Chrysler, right? Yeah, BlackRock also. What's Pink Pack? You know, when I was a kid, that's all you heard. Guy got ran over by a Mack truck. That's what I heard growing up 67, the Mack truck. The Bulldog. That is one truck I've never driven. I remember when I was a kid, they'd have a Mack dump truck and it was a single cab. Not one that went all the way across. It was a true definition of a work truck. Man got in that truck, you had a cab for him to steer and shift that thing. There was no room for a passenger. And think about this one. I showed you my Tonka trucks. When I was a kid, the toys that they made were made to get us to think about work. Barbies with the fashion and the hair and the easy bake Crocker oven. You know, women cook the food. The toys for boys, they were work toys. You could be the soldier and G.I. Joe and the little green army men. You had the Tonka trucks. You had garbage trucks. You had work trucks. Can you believe that? We kids got excited about having a toy truck and digging in the backyard. And then when we got older, we started digging in everybody's yard with a big truck. Think about it. What are the toys today? Hot Wheel Matchbox still came through. Barbie still came through. Barbie has been punked on though. Brats are edging her out. Bratz dolls. Remember Cabbage Patch? People were punching everybody in the face to get a Cabbage Patch doll. Hey Denise, where have you been all my life? I'm glad you're back. You go to the toy section of a store now. Look, KB's is gone. Toys R Us is gone. FAO Schwartz, I think that started in New York. Who buys toys at FAO Schwartz? Isn't that where you got a Teddy Ruxpin doll? I mean, it was like rich kid stuff. To be blunt, boring toys. Yes, I have that one in my bedroom. I wish I had kept all the ones I had. I had a bunch of them little things. G.I. Joes, Transformers, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Beanie Babies. When I was married, my wife and I collected the 2 McDonald's sets of the Beanie Babies. They had the Irish one with the, you know, they were representing countries and, you know, the U.S. red, white, and blue bear. Yeah, Jessica, it's funny. The younger generation is literally growing up not knowing any of what we're talking about. That cannot be said for me. I came into the world in 1966. In the 1920s and the 1930s, they were making toy metal trucks for boys. And they were making dolls for girls and teddy bears. So I came on the tail end of a generation that for decades there was consistency. In my lifetime, I have seen the following things. The calculator, space shuttle. Now I got to remember, when was the moon landing? Was that before 66 or was it after? Was it 67? That's what I don't know. When was the moon landing? Now you got those that say the moon landing was complete crap. Something about the American flag being on the moon and flapping in the wind, and they said there's no wind on the moon. 69, so it was 2 years after. I believe it was too. Ethan, I believe it was legit. Who would think that in 2025 we would have people believing in flat Earth? They exist. They live among us. I have a friend on my Facebook, a Hispanic woman, friend from Denver schools. She was married. She was messaging me on the Facebook Messenger one night. She goes, will you talk to my husband because he believes in the flat Earth and I'm sick of this. What I did not know is he got on her messenger. He was right by her. He said, I saw your video. You're an effing bub. I said, wow, you're going to cuss me out? I said, that means you lost argument already, bud. I've talked to your wife about this, and she doesn't even, might want to listen to her. I ended up blocking him. I saw her at work. I said, wow, he was lit. She goes, yeah, that's what I got to deal with every night. He goes on and on about this crap. You ever notice something? If you want to know something's false, look at how much they talk about it. They harp and harp and harp and harp and harp. It's a fact. You go to churches that are teaching false doctrine. That'll be all they talk about. I went to a church in Inglewood, Colorado, right next door to Denver off of Broadway. That's every Sunday. The King James Version of the Bible is the only version we should read. All others are bastardizations. Man, I really got tired of going to a church that's all they talked about. How about if you talk about the Word? There's a bookstore across the street. Right across the street. I walked in there, young guy running the store. I said, do you have anything on the King James Version only thing? He laughed. He says, let me guess, you go to Lloyd Gross's church. I said, yeah. How'd you know? He said, oh, he's come in here and started a round all the time. Walked over, the KJV only controversy is just try this. I bought it. One of the first things I read in there, King James Version called Passover Easter in the New Testament. Okay, the Jews did not celebrate Easter. They celebrated the Passover. So what the author was doing is the King James Version is a good translation of a Bible. And the author said there is no such thing as an infallible translation. Okay? King James is a good one, but there were still flaws. The people that worked on it in the King James day, instead of calling it Passover, they shifted it to Easter. Well, that's a problem because Easter was a totally pagan thing. The Jews were doing Passover, which is God instituted that. And there's many other things you found in there. People that get hung up on that they're just straining at gnats. I haven't read it. The Catholic Church includes what's called the Apocrypha, the early canonization of what was scriptural, what was not. You read books on what the acid test was. They talk about a book out there called the Book of Enoch. Did Enoch write a book? Don't know. Not sure. I don't read what I call extra biblical. I accept what they consider canonization. the Apocrypha, some of it was historically, like First Maccabees or something like that. Again, I'm not well versed enough to really talk as an expert on that. But Protestantism did not accept the Apocrypha as canon. Absolutely, man. You go up in an airplane high enough, you can see the curvature. And I told this woman's husband, I said, dude, you're in Denver. All right, let me figure this out. Longitude, latitude. Latitude is this way. Longitude is up and down. Take a latitude or longitude, pick it and stay on an exact straight course. Fly, kayak, canoe, walk. You can end up right back here. So if the earth is flat, you would drop off. I mean, that's ridiculous. That is just stupid. This is Earth. It's just a big pie plate flying around out there. Okay, so sailing ships. How come they can keep sailing and sail and around and say, dumb. I mean, that's just basic common sense. People are stupid. That's a no-brainer. And that's where the Catholic Church did wrong. They made fun of Galileo. And that's why the science community now looks at Christians and says, oh, the tinfoil hats, the flat earther. Wait a minute. I'm not a Catholic. I didn't laugh at Galileo. Don't put me in that bunch. But even science today, is science truly accurately defined when they believe stuff that takes more faith rather than actual proof? And atheists say, well, we don't believe in that faith. Oh, yes, you do believe in faith stuff. You darn right believe it. Christianity requires faith. Evolution came from primordial slime and monkeys. Takes way more faith to believe that God just breathed into dust, created Adam, caused him to sleep, took a rib out, and made a woman. That is plausible. This stuff that science teaches? No. Conspiracy theories is another gray area. What is under earth and outer space? Nothingness, darkness. Rain, I've actually thought about. So, Rain, may I ask you, what city or what state are you in? If I may, I'm in Georgia. Like here, I'm in this room, okay? And I'm in the city of Augusta. I'm in the county of Richmond. I'm in the state of Georgia. I'm in the continent of the United States or North America. You leave Earth. Where's the corner in the ceiling and the wall? Where's the boundary? Now that thought blows me away. We're used to boundaries. We're used to Richmond County's this big, City of Augusta is this big, my house is this big. You get out there in space, where's the end? Where's that big sign out there that says dead end? Some people speculate, is that where God is? What that should cause us all to do is, number one, fall down and worship, because God chose to focus on one itty-bitty thing called Earth. And the vastness and incredible infiniteness of space ought to show us how big he is, how powerful he is. He flung the planets and the stars into space, staying on their exact trajectory. That didn't happen by accident. Yes, absolutely, Rain. It takes a lot of faith. This is what I do with an atheist. It's a folding chair, but watch people when they go into a room, Rain. Watch people when they go into an assembly room or a restaurant or a church. When's the last time you saw somebody do this before they sat down? When's the last time you saw somebody check to make sure that chair, that seat was going to hold them up and safe? Nobody. Most people come into a room, that's fake. That's fake. You just sat down in the chair unquestioning. I told that to an atheist. I said, you sit there and tell me I have no faith, and I just proved to you did. You get in your car, you put the key in the ignition, you have faith you're going to get to your appointment. You have faith you're not going to have an accident. You have faith your car's going to start. You have faith you're sitting on that chair. You have faith every time you go over an overpass that thing isn't going to collapse on you. You have faith when you walk into your house, turn the key, open the door, that something's going to crash down on your head when you walk in. We exercise it all day, every day, without even realizing it. And when atheists tell me they don't have faith, I look at them and say, that is a lie. We all use faith. Some people exercise faith when it's payday that their money is going to pay all their bills. Can I have an amen? Can I have an amen? 600-pound people. 600-pound people. I'm sorry, that made me laugh. Life viewed from 600-pound people with the roll-up fake skin. I think these shorts are too short. If I bend over, my butt cheeks are going to show. Wow. There's a reason Satanists believe that atheists are the most ignorant and disgusting. Isn't that interesting, I see? Atheism is a joke. It has been proven over and over and over again. They don't have a pot to pee in. Thank you for the amen, Rain. I'm going to say it just like I did the other day. People struggle with the Trinity. God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, three in one. They go, Mike, you can't do that. How do you have a Father that's the Son that's the Spirit? Well, I'm a Son and I'm a Father. And there's a Spirit of the Holy Spirit's living inside of me. So what do you do with that? But God even made things in His created order that symbolize Trinity. What does an atom consist of, people? What does an atom consist of? Name the three things, please. Name the three things. I'm waiting. Name one substance that is a liquid, a solid, and a gas. How did something come from nothing? That's right, William. Thank you, IC. Oh, I just get it. I see the IC. I'm thinking of the drink IC and I see Christ. I get it. Water. And water turns into a solid, and what does water become when it's a solid? Minnesota has lots of this in the winter. Actually, any winter place has a lot of this in the winter. It's all over the damn roads, causes accidents. Ice, and then when you water can be turned into steam. So atom is protons, neutrons, and electrons. 3 in 1. Then you get into isotopes, and you get into northern Minnesota. You want to look up something. See, I like to give people educational stuff for them to go do on their own. It's fun. If we can use the internet, it can actually be very rewarding. Because I'm going to be honest, it's easy to use the internet to feed the desires of my flesh. There's plenty of women prancing around doing this all day. There's, on my Facebook, I get all these reels, and there's she's an adult woman in Africa. She's good looking and she knows it, and she's got these absolute nice, firm, very pointy, protrusional nipples. She wears shirts with no bra, And she stands there going, nobody's interested in me. Do you think I'm sexy? I mean, it's stupid. She's beautiful. And she lives in a dusty village in Africa, and because of that damn phone, she's going to be a slut tease to the entire globe. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I see her prancing around, I'm like, dang, she's cute. It's crazy. Tickle bitties. It has. And I'm glad you said us. Isaiah said, I dwell among an unclean people, and I have unclean lips, when he saw the Lord. Holy, holy, holy. Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty. Early in the morning, my song shall rise to thee. Cherubim and seraphim bowing down before thee. God in three persons, blessed Trinity. I don't care what anybody says, those hymns were loaded with rich theology. And we in the church, we've done that down too. The little hand clap, repetitive 7-11 courses. And I told my pastor, and I'm going to talk to our music director. The music director said, we got a black lady in the church. She's very nice, and her kids come. He goes, we need to see more diversity in the church. And I said, I agree. And I want to go up to him and say, you know what will help? Because I'm going to say something that will shock people. People know my stance when I talk about African American issues and white issues and Asian issues. I lived in Hong Kong. I talk about everything. And some people may hear something I say and say you're racist. No, I'm not. It's speaking the truth. Racism does not exist in me. I just admitted I can look at a beautiful black woman and I can feel all of my manhood fully aroused, okay? If I'm racist, I would not be attracted to that. I actually prefer ethnicity when it comes to women. Just saying. I like darker skin. I like facial features that are exotic. Fascinated by that. I love to just look at a woman and look at her features. It's fascinating. God did that on purpose. And I want to go up to our music director and say, well, a lot of the music that you're singing is Southern white music. What we need to do is branch out a little bit. And if you want to be more international relevant, one of the songs I like when I attended a black church here that I can relate to, and I can relate to it now. Jane, or Rain, I know you've heard of this one. There's trouble on my way. I have to cry sometimes. Come on, Rain, you know that one? Jesus, he will fix it. Jesus, he will fix it after a while. Why can't we do that? Why can't we diversify just a little bit? The problem that we have in the U.S. is we have too much either or, either or, either or. I see churches that say we have blended worship. Okay, no offense. A lot of things in a blender are gross. Okay, and blended worship is talking about we have the hymns and then we have that stupid repetitive 7-11 courses. That's all that means. There is music that God's children in other countries can make me cry faster than anything I grew up on. Powerful stuff. Why aren't we bringing it into the church? Hey, Michael, how are you? Why are we not bringing it into the church? When we get to heaven, we're all going to be shocked at quite a few things. Number one, we're not going to look like a bunch of minions. I believe that Michael Nelson, because God made me unique, I'm not going to be in this body. I will have a glorified body. But I believe there will be some carryovers that distinctly, other people go, there's Mike. He made us unique and diverse for a reason. And anybody, and this is why I hate corporate America. They want everybody to walk like the CCP army. You got to say the right things. You can't say this. You can't offend. Part of a society being successful and having growing pains is we need to learn to have some disagreements and be able to work through them instead of pulling out a gun and fist. We've got to grow as a people. And you go to a workplace, I just experienced that. I say something on a YouTube video on my time, 3 minutes, and I was fired over it. It had nothing to do with that place. This country's a mess. I don't get fired. It was not based on my attendance, not based on my work performance, not based on how well I got along with most of the people there. They ignored all that. We live in a country right now that is censoring anybody who says the truth. And Jesus told us this was going to happen. Blessed are you when men falsely accuse you. We don't think of it that way. I don't. The last few weeks I've been having some problems. Man, I lost my freaking job. And the letter that they wrote makes me look like a monster. I read it to you yesterday. And I got confirmation far and wide. They said that is the worst school superintendent letter anybody could write anybody, and that is not true of Michael Nelson. I know Michael Nelson. That is lie, lie, lie. So, here's the problem. I talk about Christianity. I talk about atheism, and I am not shaken by atheist false beliefs. Where my problem comes in, people, is I lack sometimes some growth in my own life that even me, at 59 years, God has taken care of me. But I hit something like this, and guess what I'm doing? Just like guess who in the wilderness? What? Moses, you bring us out here to die? There weren't enough graves in Egypt? They're standing at the foot of the ocean. They're going, well, this is cute. This is real cute. We don't have a boat, and look what's coming back there. 9 million chariots and Pharaoh's army. I'm being facetious, but they were scared. You know, I'm learning something, and it's a hard lesson to learn. It's easy to go to school, read a textbook, memorize what you need to remember for the test, and answer the questions and pass. But it's hard to pass the tests of God. It's hard to pass the tests of God. God's brought me to the foot, not just of an ocean, but the waves out there are 100 feet tall, and God's saying, be still, Michael, and see that I'm God. I'm going, okay, but there's this, and there's this. It's really hard to do. Job had everything taken. Yes, Holly. And we talked about that the other day. I don't know if you were in here on that one. And Job didn't sin. I've cursed God. I've cussed. I've yelled at him. Right here. I admit it. You know, and the sad thing is that Job had no idea why and what was going on. We know. God wrote the book on Job. And we get the privilege of seeing that there was this thing going on up here in the heavenlies. And Job was the sorry son of a gun that had to go through it. And he didn't have an explanation that we got. But watch this. We got that book as an example. And guess what I'm doing? Could it be that Satan said something to God about me? Oh, I'm sure he comes to God every day. I know Satan. I bet you Satan goes to God every single day. Yeah, God, look at Mike down there, jacking off the porn again. You see that, God? And Jesus is saying, Father, he's in my blood. I said it like that for a reason. We need to get a hold of the fact. I and my Father are one. All that the Father has given me will come to me. I will in no wise cast them out. No man shall pluck them out of my hand. These people believe you can lose your salvation are full of beans, just like flat earthers. If you can lose your salvation, then not one soul is going to go to heaven. Because at what point do you lose it? 1 sin, 2 sin, 3 sin, 4, 5, and you're out the door? Where does it say in the scripture that if you sin after you're saved, that's it? In the book of Corinthians, Paul tells the Christians, he calls them brethren, saints. And then he goes on the attack and says, you got this going on, drunkenness and lawsuits and guys sleeping with the father's wife. Man, people, these things ought not to be. Pay attention to wording and grammar and things in context. When we are saved, we are signed, sealed, and delivered. It does not mean that Michael or you walks as a perfect child of God every day with no sin. I wish it were so. I wish the minute we got saved, it's frosted lucky charms. They're magically self-righteous. We're positionally made righteous, but the fleshing of that out, woo, baby. We may not even get it. You got preachers out there like Paul Washer and others. They're bent. They're bent. Just listening to them, I can't. They're uptight. And they teach, well, if you sin, you haven't submitted to the Lord, so that means you're not saved. Oh my gosh, really? Where does it say in the Bible that when you get saved, you stop the sin? It just quits. Nowhere. Now, that might be located in first or second opinions. Hey, Chris. Hey, Zach. And I sin. I'd like not to, but I do. The Christian life is not about perfection. And I want people to pay attention to something. We've heard this verse a lot of times, but hear it one more time. And let me emphasize something. We need to learn to study grammar better than we do. When we read a verse, we just hear it so much that it just becomes rote. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Okay, yada, yada, yada. There we go. But we also hear this verse. He who began a good work in you will bring it to completion in Christ Jesus. Okay, cool. Let me say it one more time and let me emphasize. He who began a good work in me, he will bring it to completion. Not Michael, not anybody in this room. D. Michelle. Now it does tell us, Jason was in here earlier, to work out our salvation with fear and trembling. Does that mean we work for our salvation? No, we work it out. It's almost like God handed us an old piece of furniture. And he handed us the sandpaper and the chisels, and he says, now get working on that. I'm doing that to a chest of drawers out here in the living room. I sanded it. I replaced the shredded back. The humidity is so bad out here, it will take wall paneling, and if the humidity gets in the house too much, the wall paneling will peel like onion layers. Same with the backings on the old dressers, because it was like a thin version of kitchen cabinet wood or the plywood. So I bought a new thin piece and inset it in there. Sanded the cabinet, the maple. I did a varnish all over it, and then I did the drawer fronts, sanded them, and I put a gray stain, then I varnished those, and I got to do the knobs, and I'm done. A lady's coming to buy my old pie safe, because I don't use it. It's just in that room. It's big and clunky, and I want to get rid of it, whether I stay here or not. I'm just going to start downloading things I don't need. Clean it up, make a little extra money until I get sustainable employment. So, he who began a good work in you will bring it to completion. Now, the flip side of that is God would like us to yield to the Spirit and cooperate with him. The Bible says in 1 Corinthians, what are we building on our foundation? What is the foundation? When you're a Christian, you're already on the foundation. You got Christ. The waves of the sea are not going to wash that foundation out from under you. But, because he says, I will never leave you nor forsake you. What am I building on it today? Every time I look at porn, there's more wood hitting stubble. Every time I sit there and fret and freak and panic, how do we build on the foundation? We got to confess our sins to God, number one. We got to confess them daily. We got to ask God to use us as a vessel. You guys that like instruments, we talk about rock bands. A guitar is no good leaning up against the wall. A guitar is only as good as the person who plays it. And you can take a flute, you can take a reed instrument, and depending on how I manipulate the holes and got the reed in there, shake all the spit out of there, I could make a masterpiece. Can God do that with Michael? Can God do that with you? Can he blow through your life and can it be seen? Tendonitis, oh my gosh, dude. We need to pray for you. That's no fun. You don't have carpal tunnel, do you? And those of us that are Christians, stay away from name it and claim it preachers, okay? People that tell you, oh, by the stripes we're healed, you just got to have faith. Let me say it one more time, and I don't like to say this. Just because you're a Christian doesn't mean he promised you a rose garden on this terrestrial ball called Earth. Those that suffer now will appreciate glory more later. Those that suffer now, and maybe that's why God does what he does into my life and your life. Maybe that's why all of us in here, things don't go rosy and perfect, because God is preparing for us an everlasting home. And we get too attached to this world. We were talking about TV shows and movies and music. There's not going to be TV in heaven. There's not going to be Netflix. There's not going to be Starbucks. There's not going to be a 65 Ford. There's not going to be a Mustang. There's not going to be anything that we've created down here on earth up there. All that's going to pass away. We're going to see the Almighty God, and it's going to be enough. And we're not going to be these fat little cherubs floating around on clouds with chubby faces playing harps. We will have an integral part of the community of heaven. Did you hear what David said? Or was it Solomon? Better to be a doorkeeper in the house of the Lord than dwell in the tents of wickedness. Sounds boring to be a doorkeeper. But let's get some context. If you're in heaven, being a doorkeeper in heaven is not going to be sweaty. It's not going to be like the curse of work. We got cursed because we sinned, man. We sweat, we struggle to make a living because God said in the day that you eat of that fruit, you're bringing all this. People talk about global warming and environmental problems. The minute we sinned, we set a ball in motion. When God created all of creation, what did he say? He saw all that he made and said that it is good. Yes, Denise. Denise knows suffering. Everybody in here. By the way, we got Native Americans, we got whites, we got Hispanic, we got black people in here. And you know what? When we're in Christ, racism should not exist. We all have the same parents. And God created within those same parents a DNA that allows for quite some shifts and variations, because only God can do that. Man creates racism. Man creates all the sin. Man murders. Man tears up. You got all these corporate people, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say something damning. Corporate America better read the book of James. Corporate America better read the book of James. Woe to you, rich men, weep and howl for the miseries that shall come upon you. You've hoarded, heaped up wealth in the last days. You got companies that are pulling in billions of dollars of profits and charging their employees an outrageous amount for health insurance. When those companies make enough, they can give them a full package and still profit. Also, they can be gluttonous pigs for themselves. God is not going to smile at that. I do not believe in socialism, but let me tell you something right now. I don't believe in runaway capitalism either. I do not support communism. Do not ever read that into me. It's interesting in the Bible that the early church, it said the believers sold their houses and lands and gave to each other as they had need. That's pretty powerful. That's proof that the Holy Spirit of God was moving. Because we tend to be very tight on our money and stuff. We don't want to just give it away. I don't trust most people. These people standing around the street asking for money, I don't do it because they you know. What, Gerald, what did I say? I've been talking so much. What do you mean? Curl, I do hold a belief. There's a woman in Montana. There's a husband and wife that were on CNN. He's a pastor and he's trying to start a Christian community up there. And his own wife submits to this. He believes that women should not be allowed to vote, but the woman's vote shall be represented in her husband. And he says, my wife and I will sit down and talk about the issues together and come to agreements before we go to the poll. I go to the polls. The women's suffrage movement came about because women were treated as property, and there was some abuses by men back in the day. But the women's suffrage movement has turned into feminism, which is anti-God, anti-scriptural, and it's gone too far. This is the problem in America. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. America is the one country in the world that is pendulum people. We swing from this extreme to this extreme. We can never come to center. Tell me I'm wrong. This country goes bam to the left, bam to the right. It's like the biggest grandfather clock, and we never have a stopping point of centered. And you know how you get calibration? We talk about you take your car in for alignment, toe in, toe out, caster, camber, and you get your wheels aligned or tires balanced. The car rides better, the wear on the tires is more even. Guess what? When we as people don't get calibrated, anybody know old carpentry stuff? Gerald, are you familiar with a plumb line? Plumb line, chalk line, you had that triangle shaped thing, it had that red chalk, and you pulled the string out, you attached it to something, and you fed it out. And you used to use that for brick wall building, and your mortar, and you'd run it up about a foot high so you could start your first course and line up everything. The Bible is our plumb line. Yes, Gerald, and it don't matter who you are. Corporate America treats the worker ants like they're less than. What does the Bible say about that? What does the Bible say about that? Somebody comes into the church and they're wearing gold and fine clothing, and you're here, sit next to me. And the beggar comes in and you have him sit at your feet. Now, can I be honest? This is 2025. There's some homeless people that don't bathe and they smell like piss and poop and BO and who knows what. I'm probably not going to sit next to them because I'm very sensitive to smell. But if they come into the church, we had better try to show them the love of Jesus. Okay? And we need to check ourselves. I made an observation about myself. People say I'm not self-aware. I am. When I used to ride the Colfax 15 and the 15 Limited and the 16 and 16 Limited, east to west Colfax, the big long articulating buses were the Limiteds. And I go all the way in the back. And I like sitting in the back. The back of the bus is always wiggling and wobbling when going over the bumps. It's kind of like a little massage back there. And I like to be able to see all the people on the bus. And the door was right there. You just cruise on up and go out the back door. And some more crazy stuff on a bus. Woo, baby, the Colfax bus. You got exposure to everything. Diversity. Socioeconomic, black, yellow, red, or white, Hmong, black, everybody. People smoking pot in the back. People got their brown bag wrapped around their liquor back there going, I've seen it all. And I just observed. Where was I going with this? Oh, when the bus is packed, then I'm trying to find a seat. Am I going to sit next to an obese, not pretty lady, or I'm going to sit next to the attractive one? You guessed it. Sit next to the pretty. I did it. Now, the bus is full and there's a couple open seats and you see homeless people and you smell all kinds of funky chicken. I'll stand and hold the grab bar. Somebody say, there's a seat right there. I'm good. I say that for somebody else. So kind-hearted that I am. How about this? How about a real-life illustration of me showing Christian manners? Or basic manners. Not just, I'm in China. I'm on the MTR. I'm sorry. I have to say something because I love Chinese culture, but most of the Asian guys have glasses just like this. Black frame, the rectangle, and they're bent over their phones. One thing I noticed with a lot of the Asian culture, I swear, a lot of them have the short haircuts, the black glasses, wear the clothing, and they look alike. I mean, I would not be able to tell some of the Chinese from each other. Just Japan, same thing. You know, black hair, they got a similar look. But I got on that MTR one night, and normally I don't find a seat. It's so packed, I'm grabbing the rail up here, and you got people literally mashed in around you. I have felt the breasts of Chinese women in my back, in my chest, and I'm like, I got 4 boobs at all 4 points of my human body. I'm loving this bus ride. Actually, it was the train. But you're not thinking that. You're crowded in there like sardines. But I got a seat on the side. And the MTR stopped. And these things get up and move, baby. And they're packed. Well, I got on a lot of empty seats. And then it starts filling up as you go further down the line. Old Chinese woman coming and just... And she got to sit down, because when that thing starts to go, she's going to be knocked. And I immediately got up out of my seat and I grabbed her arm and I escorted her to the spot. All these Chinese boys sitting there, 20-something, they saw her. I gave up the one seat. There was no other seats. People were standing. They were holding the rail, and I directed her. That old woman could barely look up, and she goes, Doje. Love can be interpreted in any culture. You don't have to know their language. That speaks louder than any language can. Why did their own not do that? They used to be taught that. Asia's shifting too. Young boys in Asia respected their elders, not today. And they looked at me. They looked at me, and I was guilty. Oh, I was in the flesh. I looked at every one of them. I grabbed that thing and I just looked at them. You SOBs. I'm not even Asian. I gave them my seat and you can't even volunteer for your own woman? Woo! One for America. Because people talk about Americans going overseas and acting like idiots. Not me. You got an old woman that went home that day saying, I bet you she went home. She probably told one of her kin and said, times have really changed. I get on that MTR. You think my people get up and move like they used to do when we were young? No. Some white American give up his seat and help me sit down. What is this world coming to? Slave station, that's bad. Not an old woman, no. I don't care how bad things get in this country. I'm going to get up for an elderly woman who's hobbling on the bus. If we don't, that says a lot of negative about you. We need to rise for the elderly. They've been through whatever they've been through. We need to rise for the elderly. And if we don't, that's not a plus mark. That's not a plus mark. I don't care how much society changes. There's some things that are absolutes. Respect the aged. You don't have to agree with them on everything, but you do need to respect the elderly. You need to respect our flag. They're talking about the flag right now because somebody's going to jail for burning a gay flag. Wow, that's really interesting. You go to jail for burning a gay flag, but you can set the American flag on fire, and that's called freedom of speech. Do you see what is happening in our culture? That's not okay. The boomer generation, Slay Station, I'm a product of the boomers. I'm Gen X, thank you. And people can talk crap all they want. But I think a lot of Gen Xers, my personal opinion, we're a little more grounded. I like to believe we're a little more reasonable and centered. I'm not saying Gen X was perfect. The boomers were selfish. They spoiled their kids. They bought stuff. They showed off. They were born from the World War II gen. World War II, Jen, that's a whole different class. The boomers grew up in the lap of American success. The suburbs, the house, the motor home, all these things came out that made life fun. The boomers experienced the fun house era of America. The Disneyland, the road trips, Yellowstone. You know, the boomers, I was Disneylanded when I was a kid. But Gen Xers, we had to learn to survive. And the Titanic, okay? The bow section's down there and it's silt, the muck. The stern is a mess. But if you follow the contour of the upper deck of the superstructure, it sharply collapses and angles down. And I've always said that. Like, this is the ship, America. The baby boomers is where the deck started to break off. Gen Z is the stern. Unrecognizable, blown up mess. I'm not saying everybody in Gen Z is that way, but this is what's happened. The bow, those were the old Americans that forged the way for our freedom. The rest, the back end, it's a disaster. That's just my way of putting things together. You can have your own way. But we are possibly looking at the circling of the drain on a world level. You go to Thailand, you go to the Philippines. I've been to the Philippines. The Philippines is seeing an explosion in lesbian and gay stuff. We had lady boys, they were all over Manila, they were all over Hong Kong. You cannot tell them apart on the street from a woman. They got perfume on, they got small breasts, nipples, areolas. I know, I've seen it. I was talking to somebody, I thought it was a Thai woman named Bam. Bam was a man in girls' clothes. And I said, how did you grow this? Showed me 2 inches of nipple like a woman. They take hormones and go in tots. And we are seeing right now confusion, rebellion, taking on a whole new form. But watch this. Ecclesiastes says there's nothing new under the sun. Evil's evil. You got young boys and young girls. They want a girl now wants to be a dude, and a guy wants to be a chick. When the foundations are shaken, what can the righteous do? Pray and stand on the center of Word of God. Get out the plumb line and read it. I've got problems. You all seen it. I've got things in me that don't please God. I've compromised. I've accepted and been a little more open-minded than I should be about some things. You go to the book of Ezra. When somebody stood up and started reading the law, they had been away in rebellion and in captivity, and Ezra, somebody stood up and read the books, and the people were just cut, and they repented, and they had national repentance, and they cried out to God. It was a glorious day. We got to do that. We got to get back to that. Parents got to work. And corporate America knew that. They seized up that one real quick. Real quick. Now it takes two, so now we can jack up the prices of everything. You want to talk about stupid? Let's talk about corporate and how blind Americans are. A loaded Silverado pickup is what, 80 grand now? That is insane. It is not worth 40,000 of it. The truck and the car market is a joke. Now they're pushing these electric things, $70,000 for a Tesla. How many of you listening to me can afford a $70,000 hoopty? Oh, you don't have a charging station. That'll be an additional $30,000 to hook that up to your home. Oh, you got antiquated old wiring? Oh, now you got to rewire everything. Wow, now you're looking at I'm not saving a darn thing buying this electric car. It'd be cheaper for me to drive an old gas pickup truck for the rest of my life than do all this crap. And people are buying the old vehicles and putting money into them because they don't have diesel emission fluid. They don't have to worry about oxygen and smog controls and stuff breaking down in the truck, shutting down. And we're buying more and more expensive stuff, and it's made like a Dixie cup. Throw it away after one use. It's crazy. I noticed they're doing that to the school buses. They're making them harder and harder to work on. They said a school bus should really go no more than 10 years today. Oh my gosh, anybody remember the 60s and the 70s? You had them old school buses were going 20, 30 years. And you know why? Because you could work on them. And cars and trucks. You're not going to see today's model Silverado in a classic car collection in 30 years. If there's even any rolling, it'll be miraculous. Because it's going to take a lot to keep that baby rolling. And they won't even have the parts then. $6K a month. What are you doing? I need to do that. My net was $2,000 here on my job. Thank God I've learned to live on less. That's been a blessing for me. The love of money, Nick, that's right. Now, people say, oh, if you have money, that's evil. No, it isn't. You can be low income and be a lover of money and be sinning. You can be rich and not a lover of money and use it to please and worship God and bless people and be totally in the middle of God's will. We got to be careful. Having money is not the problem. It's the love of it. It's the idolizing it. It's the wrapping your whole being around it. I'm guilty. Somebody just said if they won the Powerball, they give me $1 million. Technically speaking, as a Christian, I shouldn't take it because I don't believe in gambling. I don't gamble, and I shouldn't take that. Because I'm taking $1 million of all the lost money people and their sin and greed, hoping to get rich. If God wants Michael to have $1 million, he can make that happen. I can meet a little old lady from Pasadena who thinks I'm so nice. She's got brat kids and says, Michael, I want to give all this to you because my kids are terrible. I heard a story about that years ago. I met a guy in Minnesota where that exact thing happened to him. He drove a coach bus to the casinos. He didn't gamble. He drove a school bus by day, coach buses on the evenings. A little old lady up there in Bemidji, Minnesota. She rode that bus and talked up his ear off every day. One day she said, I'm going to bring papers and will everything of my estate to you. He thought she was joking. He says, okay, thank you. She come on the next day with all these power of attorney documents and stuff. And he goes, I thought you were kidding. She goes, no, I've got a son. He doesn't keep in touch with me. He doesn't deserve anything. I'm giving you title to my house. I want you to manage my bank accounts. And if I have to go to a nursing home, I want you to oversee me and stuff. And the man and his wife had money. They did very well. And I said, wow. And he was a Christian man. He said, Michael, God can redistribute wealth if he wants you to have more. If you're doing what he wants, you will not lack. And the reason I'm not a millionaire is because God knows exactly what Michael will do with it. You want to know what I'd do if I had $1 million? Okay, this is Augusta, this is my house. If I had $1 million, bye. You'd hear the sound of a truck and I'm gone. But guess what? If God has put me in a classroom right here and I'm enrolled in his class and I ditch class, what's going to happen? He's going to bring me back again. So let's finish the class. And then when class is dismissed, then God will say, now I want you to go. Are you with me, everybody? I better get on. It's 10 o'clock. We had a dang good stream today, over 4 hours. Thank you, Nick. We do have free will and God is sovereign. Try to reconcile those. It'll twist your mind into a pretzel. I don't understand that. He allowed Adolf Hitler to rampage across Europe. He allowed Yamamoto, he's allowed a lot of crazy stuff. And yet he's sovereign. He allows the free will of men. But remember, God said about the waves, he said about the ocean, this far you may go and no further. Even with the tsunami, this far you may go. He has a limit. He's a limit with me. He has a limit with you. You ever notice people in the world or, other Christians, they seem to get away with a lot of crazy stuff. And I use the analogy of a leash. You ever been by a house or a property and they got an old barky dog out there and it's got an 80-mile-long leash tied to a tree? You're walking down the sidewalk, woo, woo, and you think, and right when he gets towards the sidewalk, he doesn't get you. The owner's made sure the leash only goes just before it. They don't want to get sued for dog bites. But guess what? For us as Christians, God's got a choker collar on us. Doesn't he? All he has to do is go, heel, boy. Think about that. Don't envy the people that got that long leash and can run, because one day they're going to get to the end of that. It's going to hurt and choke them. Don't envy the people that got the long leash. Be glad you're on a choker collar with God. Boy, I'm telling you, that means he wants us. That means he's doing something with us, and I'm a rebel. You can't tell? I'm a rebel. You can't tell? I cut up my shirts. I'm a rebel. I'm not a trans. I'm not a gay. I'm a wild boy. On my way back from the fire, in August moon surrender. Love that song. And it's not that God doesn't want to tame me. God doesn't want to change the persona of who I am, but he wants to transform me in the image of Christ. But does that mean I lose the uniqueness of Michael? Not at all. Does that mean and this is the problem with Christianity in America, is we try to make everybody walk, talk, dress the same. I do not go to church wearing this, but I do not go to church in a suit and tie. I do not believe I have to suit up before God. That's a dog and pony show. If people feel they need to do that, they need to live their convictions. What's going on in here? Nice rage bait, nerd. What's this? Do you even know what a nerd is? Bill Gates makes more money than me, so does Zuckerberg and all those guys. I'm definitely not a nerd because nerds are rich. And I'm into driving. Let me show you my nerd truck, William DeLong. You want to see my nerd truck? Let me show you my nerd mobile. Maybe this will correct you. Maybe it won't. That's my nerd truck. That's mine. Okay? Do you drive one of those? It doesn't have power steering. You see that? Can you handle that? Can you steer that truck? Let me tell you, that truck's hard for even me, and I'm muscular. All right, I got to go. Enough of the foolishness with William. William needs Jesus. We need to remember to pray for him today. And, I thought he was. Well, I went on a tangent for nothing and made a butt out of myself. Congratulations, Mr. Nelson. All right, you're going to see the screen mess up for a minute. Turn it upside down. All right, got to go. Internet trolls. We all do. I make mistakes. That's why I need the Savior. Folks, thanks for showing up. I think this was a very good and productive stream. And if you notice, we didn't have to I didn't throw anybody out here. I think I threw one or two in the beginning. That's pretty good. This thing's cleaning up by itself. I like it when I don't have to and other people don't have to toss people out. Because we're attracting more and more people that want to talk about things. And you guys are affirmation to me that God is using me. Because I'll be honest, there's very few people I want to sit and listen to for 4 or 5 hours straight. I can't. I don't know anybody off the top of my head I want to listen to 4 or 5 hours straight. There's preachers I sit under. I can listen to them for a 30-minute sermon. But all day? No, I can't. So I recognize more and more through my channel that God has given me something, and I want to concert my efforts to use that the right way. And part of the thing is God is a nerd. All right, double D. Bye-bye. Bye. I thought so. God is a nerd. Sheesh. I'm not even going to talk on that. Gotta go, folks. Everybody, thanks for coming. It's been a good one. I just said I didn't have to block, and I just zapped Mr. Willie. Free Willie. I freed him from the channel, folks. Free Willie. D. Michelle, I love you. Good to see you. Thank you. What in the world? Double D. I said Willie. My bad. Double D. Double D. Wait a minute. It's a guy with double D. Okay, I should have known. He's got moves. He knows how to use them. Oh, gosh. Thank you, D. Michelle. Revival, Nick. Jess. That's right. That's right. And you know, I have to learn from you guys. I can be pretty harsh. I can be very judgmental. Not that it's wrong to judge, but sometimes I have to be careful. Just because I don't agree with something, I got to be careful I'm not nasty and vicious. Okay? Sometimes we can all do that. All right, doesn't mean I can't speak out against something. Doesn't mean I can't say, well, it's my observation that this, but I still have to be careful that I'm not being an obnoxious ASS. We'll see his brother tomorrow, Triple D. A three-breasted woman. I don't like that concept. Two's enough. All right, folks, enough of the foolishness. You guys have a